I won't slow down, building my empire in this buzzing town, casting my vision on the silver screen, my funded life, a vivid sheen, my funded futures, light the way.
And we're here. Welcome, everybody. The show is starting. Oh, I have a deja vu again. Should I? Okay. Anyway, let's start this.
And we're live.
And we're live. All right. Welcome, everybody. Hello, chat. And hello to the mods and hosts, everybody. This is Tom. It's not Terry. I know. This is Tom still. So we're rooting for Terry. And we have Nick and Barbie here. So, wow. I'm actually, I don't want to say anything before we look to the chart, because if I guess you guys saw what happened to the market. And anyway, what's up with you guys? What's happening, Nick and Barbie? Tell me something good about this market.
That was a great intro. We got to talk about that first. That sounded like, just a, I don't know, like a men's health ad.
Oh, yeah, definitely. You know.
Proper
risk management, live trades, proper risk management, simulated accounts, rated R. Anyway, let's do this. So, how you guys are doing? What's happening?
Good. I mean, well, the market has been pretty slow overnight. So I was kind of thinking, I got to the charts and I was thinking, Tom didn't have much to work with.
Nothing, basically nothing. So I guess obviously we're going to go through the chart, but this morning, this London session, I was streaming, and this was one of the shortest streams ever. I told everyone, guys, this is like, I would even rather watch paint dry, because this was absolutely killing my brain cells and everything. And currently the way the market looks, I don't know. I'm open up for any ideas from you guys. So let me know if you have any plan for this. Take it away. I don't know what it's difficult. I don't know.
Tell us what to do, chat. What do we do today?
Yeah. We're going to hear it. What's going on, chat? Come on. We need ideas. We need the smart people now. Come forward. Show us how to do this.
At least gold made a move.
Yeah.
That gold, did you?
Yeah, I was long on gold in London. Yeah, my TP was at 3,800. So since then, I'm basically out. So nothing.
Hey, you got something.
You got something?
No, you got something on gold.
Oh, I had something. I had nothing now. So absolutely nothing. So that's why I'm really open up for suggestions.
That says pick a side and full port.
No full porting, the purpose of this, and obviously, yeah. So no full porting. Okay, Nick, come on. We want to hear you. So you're just, listening all this gibberish stuff that I'm talking about. I want to hear some ideas. You're the pro, man. You're the best,
Yeah. It's funny you say that term, the best. I am the best. If you guys did not look at the trading competition.
Here we go.
I know. That's why I'm asking you.
Yeah. So if you guys did not check out the final leaderboard, I don't know where it's at, but I won. So maybe my last day talk about it, maybe not. But so this is kind of what I'm watching here to start. For people who trade London and Asia, kind of a rough day so far. But it's looking. This is usually what happens when we hit a level. Now, Tom talked about yesterday at 25,000 level. As soon as we hit that, we started consolidating. So now I think we're going to, continue to consolidate for a little bit longer. But once we break out of this consolidation, I'm looking for a classic, AMD. So some sort of accumulation, which is happening now. Why are people bothering me right now? Manipulation lower, and then distribution higher. That's kind of what I'm watching. And the reason for that is because we have a lot of support levels in here. You got this hourly gap at 24,897. You even have a huge 4-hour gap that we could use from 24,981 to 24,882. Don't see price going below those. But I do anticipate a move lower to then go higher. These previous day high, you got some relative equal highs as well. So I want to see a move lower. This is a classic it's an A+ there for me if we get it. So I want to see a drop for sure. On gold, I'm gonna wait for a move back into at least this hourly gap right here. That's at, I saw someone say, can you speak out your levels? 3808.2 through 3791. So anywhere in there, I'll drop to the 5-minute chart and look for, a move higher if we get some good displacement. So yeah, no, that's pretty much it. As for news today, we do have news at 9:45. So I'll be hands off till 9:45. We also have Jerome is speaking at 12:30. So
Nice.
kind of, take what you will with that information. But yeah, no, that's pretty much it for me. What y'all got?
I just wanted to add, I think chat's going to hop all over this. We do have Trump coming on right after that news. So we have PMI at 9:45 and then Trump's coming on. But I went and looked and he is talking to the United Nations General Assembly. So he's, we'll get some sound bites. Just be aware of that. I don't know what all he's going to talk about, but we did have Trump added when I refreshed this. So watch out for PMI at 9:45 and then Trump at 9:50. Could make things a little bit interesting.
Oh,
But yeah,
definitely will.
so
Yeah, sure.
we definitely nailed that 25,000 level on NASDAQ yesterday. It was also the 6750 I called on ES as kind of being that target. I wasn't sure we were going to get it yesterday. That was kind of ambitious to pick it up first day of the week. I thought this would be like a later, maybe give us that one today. But we're hanging around right kind of at that same spot. This would set up for a more obvious short if we gapped up and kept going. So I'm a little bit hesitant, but I do see kind of that same move where we've consolidated, potentially completed the auction, made the market happy around the 6550 level, also the 25,000 NASDAQ level. And so I would expect some sort of move lower to kind of check into this at this point. We have where we consolidated, I marked as this wick on ES, that's 67.3150. So I'm kind of looking at that to potentially be some more kind of support for this move. If we do move lower, I think the main objective would be to retest the 67.20. That was really the support that we were trying to break. So that's the breakout point. A lot of the time the market likes to recheck that breakout point, which is, Nick's looking at it a different way and came up with a similar idea. So that should definitely be on watch. Other than that, the trickiness is going to be, I think, getting the timing right and letting the market do its thing and shake everything out while we've got 9:45 news and then Trump. So we might test our patience a little bit today. We'll see once we get down here if the market is going to put in a higher low and then potentially go for a higher high. So we'll have to see. We have plenty of news today. We do have Powell later too, so it's probably going to be a little bit of a spicy day. So I'm just going to be really careful and making sure that I'm not trying to play something in the middle here. I don't want to try to enter around, like 36 or something. I want to be really patient and wait for these particular spots to target. You guys know I like to take partials, so I like to book something before I'm going for that big target. And so that's kind of why I put that level there. If we do make that move lower, I'm kind of looking at that. But if I don't want to short, if I don't feel like if VIX is still pushing lower and the market's still looking really bullish, it might be one of those situations where I wait for this move lower and then head into it bullish, especially depending on how this timing works with the news that's coming out.
Yeah.
Tommy boy, what you got?
Well, I'm kind of on the same page as you. Like, I saw that 1 hour fair value gap as well, and I was like, well, since yesterday market close and through the Asia session, throughout the London session, pretty much ranging in like that 40-50 points of range. Definitely not going to do anything until we see some sort of a displacement outside of this range. I feel like, and obviously I'm not like an expert on the fundamental part of this. Matt is actually very good in this one, but I kind of agree that, because of the rate cuts and because like what Paolo said about further rate cuts, possible rate cuts this year, overall, in the big picture, the markets are going to remain bullish. That could drive us a little bit higher. So all I'm looking for, especially at this all-time high, is that if we go down to that 1 hour fair value gap, I'm looking for structure. I'm looking for some sort of basically bullish. So looking for some sort of a structure in that gap, and then a displacement higher. And if you're asking me about targets, I'm just going for the round numbers. So the next one is going to be 25,100. I'd say if the market is or would be able to hold this level, this range that has been built up here, we can call it like this 25K could be acting as a potential support area, maybe. So as I said, the only play that I'm looking for here, I have no zones, by the way. I have no demand zone on the lower side of this. Nothing. I checked the 1 minute, I checked the 5 minute, the 15 minute, everything. I'm a little bit sad about this because as we're progressing higher, these demand zones are just not showing up. So I don't really want to short this market anyways. So I just don't see the potential to go short. So again, I'm looking for picking up liquidity, building up structure around that 1 hour gap, and then move higher into the 100-ish area or even higher. Depends on how ES is going to progress. But until we're not getting out of this range, I'm just definitely going to sit on my hands. So nothing. That's all I have right now. And speaking of gold, just for a second, almost the same situation, like looking for some pullback in the 1 hour or 15 minute gaps and pushing higher. Like we're getting closer to that 4K level. I'm not saying it's going to happen today, but everything just keeps going higher. So I'm not really looking to participate in gold. I had a nice position this London session that was good for me. So the only plan I have is this on NQ, nothing more. So take it or leave it. Yeah.
So no shorts for you.
No short for me. I mean, whatever that may be meaning, but yeah, no shorts for me. Yeah. I'm just going to wait.
I like the setup when we gap up and then have that big obvious spot to travel lower to. That's why I'm hesitating on it. Like we didn't get that full setup, but I would love it if we retrace some of this at least.
Yeah, I mean, I went down to the 1 minute. I was thinking would it be a good idea to do some scalping maybe or whatnot, but I see nothing in terms of a potentially good target. So not even a good zone on the 1 minute chart that I like to look for. So it might be one of those days, and that's why it's a little bit difficult that we might just have to sit on the sidelines. Yeah.
But I want to trade.
I know you can. Obviously, you can do that. We can do that.
That's that struggle on these days like this, though, isn't it? I want to trade. Where's my setup?
I know. And you know what? You have my blessing to do so. Obviously, you flip a coin and proper risk management. That's all I can say. No fool porting.
So I'm telling you, set it up.
Yeah. So yeah, exactly. So I'm telling you guys in chat too, like no full porting, proper risk management. And I think we should do that scientific experiment. Okay. We're going to do a study and we're going to do that scientific experiment. Let's see. I mean, the coin toss, coin flip situation, proper risk management. I think we're going to make some profits with that, but we need at least 2 or 3 months. I mean, I'm afraid that 20 trading days is not going to be enough in a month. We need more. Anyway, just my opinion. So what else? Oh my God.
I know chat's ant too. I see them like, who's trading the first candle? We got to do it. Let's go.
Oh, the first candle. Oh, and I never trade that. No, never, ever. And by the way, chat, you guys are trading, doing some breakout trades in a sideways market like this, or I'm just curious how many of you guys are going for some breakouts or whatever. I tried to trade for breakouts like 2 years ago. I kept losing money. So I'm not sure if is that something that could be, like profitable in the long term.
we got the breakout yesterday. I mean, sometimes you don't even know. I wasn't expecting it
Well, Tom
yesterday
got
since we're
stopped
having.
out. He tried to play the breakout. He got
I
stopped out.
tried that. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was a great example. But by the way,
You had the right idea. You just didn't have the right entry. So
Yeah.
Don't
By
make
the
it
way,
bad, bro.
I'd recovered during the PM session. I entered to a long position, so I recovered my loss from earlier. So yeah, basically 25K. I didn't. I was not sure that it's going to go for 25K yesterday, so I thought it's going to leave it for Tuesday, but it happened. So
that's what I was thinking with the 6750. That's why I had my targets way lower around that 30 level, and oh well.
yeah.
Yeah, no, I did not. The guy who's in my Discord with me, he caught that move. I just didn't. I didn't see it, man. Like I'm earlier in the week, I like to let things like shake out, kind of tip its hand to me. I just didn't, I didn't see it coming. I did not see that move coming at all. But
Yeah,
it was a big one.
yeah.
I know. I just gotta. I think I just have a little bit of like a winning hangover from last week that like I just
Oh sure.
yeah, I mean, like ICT hadn't tweeted that day yet yesterday, so like I didn't.
He
really
hasn't
have
even congratulated you on your win though. Like, what's up with that?
Yeah, he returned last week and I won, so that's
He needs to
kind of where my
congratulate
haters
you
are
on your
saying.
win.
So he didn't congratulate you? Oh my gosh.
No, it's all good though.
No.
He'll probably give me a shout out in his video or something.
Okay, but you know his phone number, right? So you can call him up anytime.
No,
right?
but I know his address along with like 300,000 other people.
Okay.
He's doxed himself. But.
Okay, it could be useful. Who knows? I know. But anyway,
so yeah, no, this is. I'm really looking forward to today. Knock on wood, but hopefully we don't actually get a breakout. Hopefully we get a move lower because this looks like a classic accumulation, manipulation lower into a point of interest, and then we got relative equal highs. So I'm not. Even if I wanted to long here, I don't have anything to work from. Like I don't have a significant low that was ran. I mean, let me compare it to ES real quick. Yeah, like there's no SMT here at all.
yeah, nothing.
Yeah, I mean, it's just it's chop. It literally is chop. So I'm just gonna wait, especially we have news at 9:45, right?
Yeah.
So just I'll let it play out. I'll let the market come to me.
One more thing, because I used to check the micro and the mini on NASDAQ. Sometimes, usually there's a bit of a difference, 1 or 2 ticks. And I was thinking that if the mini didn't go down, like what was this candle on the hourly chart, the 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time hourly candle, actually, that was that kind of like the bullish pin bar actually wicked down into that fair value gap with only just one single tick. And I think, Nick, you know this better, but I think ICT said it many times that even one single tick can actually change the whole narrative. So like sometimes I see that if the micro, for example, goes down and taps into that fair value gap, but the mini don't, and I mean it's not making it that far, I usually realize that the market is having a hard time to push higher. So I was like hoping that maybe the mini didn't go down there, but it also tapped into the fair value gap with just one single tick, which makes the whole situation still bullish. So
one thing I've kind of noticed from, honestly not back testing, but forward testing, like watching the market the past couple of months, is that when you have like a significant high or a low that you're waiting for, price to hit, if one of either ES and Q or I'd say just ES and then Q, if one of them takes it and we have like a big reversal from that level, like a pretty strong, like a lot of volatility, and the other asset did not hit it and it came like super close, it may not come back for, like that could be enough for, especially if you're looking for like if the market's bullish and that move was a short, you're probably, that's probably all you're going to get in this market. You see what I mean? For a short side. So people are like, oh, well, NQ took the low, I'm going to hold ES. So when it runs that corresponding low, I haven't that in a trending market to the, like a bullish one right now, that works better to the upside. On downside moves, they're very quick. You got to be nimble with profit taking, because that could just be, you know, SMT and a huge reversal, especially if you combine it with like a news event or right around like 9:30 or so. So yeah, I noticed that. I think it happened to last week as well. I think it was on the ES short that I think you guys, Barbie got it came back break even. I think we were expecting lower prices. And then it just completely reversed from there. But yeah, no, we gotta be nimble on profit taking to the downside, because it's not a bearish market.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, like, it reminds me this the power of three concept. You know, if you're looking at the hourly chart, for example, or just the 30-minute, I mean, obviously everybody's shouting that, oh, this is the accumulation phase, so we should be seeing some sort of a manipulation. So I would guess that the manipulation leg would be that downside and picking up some more orders, sweeping some levels, and distribution higher, maybe, just a scenario. But was thinking that maybe manipulate lower, sweep below the 900 level, maybe even lower, and then distribute higher. I don't know, but just an idea.
No one really, it's all ideas, right? It's no one really freaking knows. Like, you know,
that's where that risk management and money management comes in.
Exactly.
We're making we've got some ideas of where things can happen, but we still have to, you know, make sense of it and make it work for us. Or protect ourselves if it doesn't work, because sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, sometimes it happens. But I'm definitely going to be I'm going to stick with the micros, and I'm going to be much more patient than yesterday. Actually, I was waiting yesterday for the Asia high all morning, so I was like, man, it was going to take it. It's going to take it. So, but it happens.
It's just that New York Open gets a little crazy.
Oh, it is.
That's why everyone wants to trade it, because so much is happening, but it's actually the hardest to trade because so much is happening. So.
Yeah. Or sometimes nothing is happening. Like sometimes price just going sideways in like a 10 points range.
That's where we get the FOMO, though. Like, is this gonna be one of those days where it takes off without me, or do I have time to get in? That's always a puzzle.
No way it does it 2 days in a row, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but we were in London stream, we were checking the daily chart, and I was like, oh man, I mean, if this one would start to sell off, we need to go below like the 600s or even lower. Like it would be great to see a big sell off anyway, just for a correction. But here we go. Here's the market open, everyone. So
ding, ding, ding.
Buckle your seatbelts and no full ports. Okay.
Ooh, they're buying that first one. This is crazy.
Let's see. Yeah, not much of a movement so far.
I mean, selfishly, I am like hoping for a big retracement for my swings and things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we are going to be careful this morning, y'all. News is coming soon, so good time to be patient.
I think it would have a good chance to go down to that 73 area to sweep some liquidity even before the news. I mean, it's like 20, what's that? 20 something points, almost 30. Easy to drop down. Yeah.
You hear that, Nazi? Do it.
But it's a big gamble to jump in just like that. No confirmation.
Well, yeah, that's why you can wait. You can wait for that move, right? You wait for that move lower and then get in.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna be patient.
Because I don't like when we've got the green candle on ES and the red candle on NASDAQ.
Yeah, no, that's kind of it's kind of diabolical right there.
That's a warning sign.
That is indeed. And let me just see what's going on. Yeah. I would rather see this drop down to the 73 area before the news, just to pick up some liquidity before the news release. That would make more sense. So if I would have to push the button, which I'm not going to do, I would jump into a sell right now and targeting the 73.50-ish area. But who knows?
I wouldn't, just when they're trying to buy up ES like that. That's what I don't like about these opens. Sometimes we'll get it. If I'm in this early, it's because we have really good agreement. It's like NASDAQ and ES are at a spot and they open up with the same kind of push, whichever direction it is. We don't have that.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And gold is not moving at all. So nothing to do with gold as I expected.
We missed that move for. Yeah, I was sleeping. Glad you caught it.
Yeah, I mean, actually, it was a very low risk trade for me, but I was like, who cares? I mean, there was no targets on NQ nowhere, and like the 3,800, as we talked about it yesterday, it was kind of a nice round number. Like since there's nothing to go for, and it took some time for it to go for it. Like I mean, it was like 2 or 3 hours. I took the trade before 2 a.m. Eastern Standard, and it was not moving at all, absolutely unplugged, and it took for it like almost 3 hours to jump up there to 3,800. So it was a pain. It was definitely.
Sometimes though, you just got to be like, well, good thing I got something on the board for the day. I could take some pressure off. I don't have to rush the New York Open.
Oh yeah. So yeah, so far it's, let's just say, not the optimal conditions to trade. That's for sure.
I'm with chat. I want to jump in.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, I want to see who is risking it all. Don't risk it all, Chad.
That's what we're working on training, right? Is all that patience and discipline to wait.
Yeah. So gotta wait. Oh my God! Big boss is here. Everybody, behave. All right.
Woo! Coming to you live from the MyFundedFutures Detroit headquarters. It is good to see everyone.
Oh my God! It seems like you're in a war zone or something. I don't know, but
always.
I'm sorry.
It's like one of these like hipstery, industrial type complexes.
Yeah. So,
but alas, I'm building a team out here in Detroit. Have a
nice
handful. But what's up, guys?
Trying to decide to buy or sell. Obviously, we
wanted the market to move lower, and it's kind of being a turd. So we'll see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is obviously one of the worst conditions to decide. So just sitting on the sidelines. Yeah.
All right. Well, let me bring you some fun then. Okay.
Let's do it.
Like when I pop up, it's usually because there's something fun or interesting or exciting. I've got an initial question for the chat. Put a 1 if you've never traded with MyFundedFutures before. You've never had one of our evals. You've never traded with us before. Can I get a 1 in the chat? I'm curious how many new folks we have out there. While we're waiting for those responses to come in, if you haven't liked the stream, now is a great chance. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, now is a great chance. If you don't know, you could probably assume. We like to judge and measure ourselves based on how many subscribers we add and likes we get in our videos and all of that sort of thing. So it helps us all out. All right. We got a decent number of 1s, which means there are some folks who have never traded with us before. That means that today is your day. For new users, we have 50% off any plan for the first month. No activation fees, straightforward pathway to funding, one simple eval across all of our plan types, 50% off any plan for the first month. So our $77 core plan is now a $39 plan. Pretty cool, isn't it? You can request up to $5,000 of payouts off that plan. No DLL, no consistency in sim funding. What do you think, Tom?
I think there's no better deal right now in the market than this one. And obviously, I keep saying this all the time. Like, it's so good that MyFundedFutures is having this welcome bonus because, guys, you can look at it wherever you want it in every kind of perspective, the whole prop firm business, for this kind of money, what you're getting from MyFundedFutures is just insane. And, it's just the support, the the back end, everything. It's just unbelievably good price. So I would definitely, even if you blow up the account, everybody just keep that subscription, because I think it's just awesome. Just awesome to have.
All right. Code YouTube. Link is in the chat. Again, new users, 50% off any plan. It's simple as that. No activation fees. Up to 5,000 requests in the core plan. In the sim stage, $39.
And what about
So-
for existing users?
Well, let's ask the chat. Chat, should we do something for existing users as well? People who have traded with us before.
Yeah,
Yes.
we got to get
Come
back
on,
to the
Chad.
loyal.
Come
we have to
on,
get
yes.
back to the loyal customers, right? Like the
We
people that have
need-
been
yeah.
buying so many
That's what
challenges.
chat's all about right now.
Our loyal
All right, so I'm
customers,
asking
they
the
need.
chat.
Yeah. Push that.
It looks
Yes.
like
Or
the majority of people are saying no, they don't want anything for existing customers. That's,
Really?
that's sort of
Really?
that's what I'm seeing in the chat there. I don't know.
I don't know. I have to refresh the browser or something. I don't know. Okay. Whatever.
And somebody was making fun of me too. They said nobody wants that BS. And it sort of hurt my feelings.
Oh no.
Oh
Yeah.
wow, I shut you down, bro. You have to cook something.
All right. Existing users, how about this? We've never run a deal like this before. I ask in jest because we already had something queued up. We care about our existing users. In the past, we've run a lot of like new user promos, and our community, the people who are loyal to us and watch every day and trade with us every day, say, "What the hell, dude? Where are we? Where do we fit in your equation here?" So what we have for existing users is buy one, get one 25% off. Buy one, get one 25% off. So you buy an eval. The next eval that you buy is 25% off. You get a coupon code to give you that discount. You can mix and match plans. They can be different sizes, different accounts. Same thing, code YouTube. You got the link in the chat, code YouTube. Your first account, you also get a discount on. Okay, don't relax. You get a
can mix
discount
and
on
match
the
those
first
accounts,
one.
right?
Can you say that again?
You can mix and match those accounts. So like if someone wants to do a pro and then do like a core or scale or something, they can do that. Once they get the
Correct.
coupon code.
Correct. Different sizes, different plans. And again, you do get a nice little discount on the first account. So relax, people. I see you. Yeah. So your if we're doing with the core plan as an example, your first plan comes down to about $70, and then your second one would be 25% off, which brings it down to $58. Again, no activation fees. In core, you can request up to $5,000 of payouts, and scale up to $11,250 of payouts. No consistency.
Yeah, $58
no
all
EL.
in is pretty good cost for an eval. A lot of them, like if you're paying $50 for an eval, like over at the other place, you got $150 activation fee. So I mean, you're $200 all in, right? So, and you can withdraw up to $5K. So
That's a
All
good
right.
deal.
And I see someone in the chat saying that we need MFFU swag, t-shirts, hats, please. What do you guys think about making that happen? Like
Why
we
would you
raffle
not
off
make
some
that happen?
hats.
That would be awesome. That would be just awesome. Because I have
All
to
right.
make my own t-shirts, and
All right, we'll work on that one for next week.
Cool.
All right. Again, link is in the chat. It seems like everybody loves this deal, especially the existing users.
Yeah, they're loving it. I can
They're
tell.
loving it. Oh yeah.
It's definitely a pretty
Again,
good deal.
you get a nice discount on the first account. It brings your core down to about $70. Your second account down to $58. And again, as Nick said, the no activation fees.
no activation fee. That's one thing that I try to tell people. Like when you comparing some of these plans, you got to factor in that activation fee. And a lot of them, when they do sales, they'll do like a 25 or 50% off sale. And, the eval will go from like $125 to like $60 or $65. But you feel great, and then you pass the account, and then you get stuck with a $149 activation fee. Some of you guys may be like, okay, maybe it's static to pay that since you passed the account, but still, like when you break down costs, right? It just doesn't, like, why would anyone choose to go that route? But I don't know. For some of you guys that are still trading evals, you haven't passed that funded, maybe it makes sense for you, but
Yeah, and obviously,
Right.
if we compare the deal with in the prop firm space, like having no activation fee, you might be paying a little bit of a bigger price, but you don't really want to go with the cheap upfront cost accounts with any other prop firm because it kind of builds some bad habits, in trading. You're not going to respect those accounts that much. And here, as I said, everything is built in, so obviously you're not going to go into that dark side, to feed that gambling addiction inside you. So anyway, it's a good deal and obviously a good support for it. So that's it.
All right, we're 2 minutes to data. I will turn it back over to you guys. I see a lot of questions about the 50K sub celebration, which we really haven't done yet. So let's workshop that one in the chat a little bit. But all right, Tom, take it away on data.
Thank you. All right.
We got like a minute and a half left.
We are
All right.
dropping. We are dropping.
So you heard the boss, everybody. The promo, it's just really the best deal. 50% off for new users. I think it's absolutely a no-brainer. And, for even a pro account, obviously. So go for it.
I think Luke's just a front. I think you're the CEO. I think you're the boss.
Me? No. Whenever Luke comes in, I kind of feel nervous because I'm afraid what he's going to say. Like, hey, Tom, what did you say? What did you do? Whatever. And I'm kind of like, I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to listen. And
you're just a hungry Hungarian.
Yeah, that's tough too. Yeah. I usually do that. So anyway, as we were talking about it, we went down to the 1 hour gap, and it seems like we're picking up some liquidity here, hopefully. And the plan for now is kind of working out, because if we're going to build up some structure, especially on the one, I will be looking for structure, maybe even on the 1 minute chart. Then maybe, just maybe, we can have some bullish displacement. Let's see how it goes. Here comes the news in 10 seconds, everybody. So, no full porting. Okay, I'm saying to the chat, no full
we
porting.
don't full port on news.
It's forbidden. No, it's forbidden, everyone. Not by the rules, by me. So no full porting. Behave, everybody. Okay, here comes. Okay, there was the news. What is happening? My trading view is actually frozen. Okay, nothing is happening. All right, back to business, everybody.
Yeah, it's being pretty slow.
All right, nothing.
So NASDAQ has made that move to partially retrace yesterday, and ES hasn't. So that's kind of annoying too.
Yeah. Actually, it's good. It supports the plan, as I was saying. If we build up some structure, we can aim for more highs here. So, but I'm not going to short this. I'm not going to. Yeah. Any plan for you guys? Anything that you're looking for, or just same situation?
I was hoping that ES would make this move as well. I've been kind of favoring ES lately. Well, in general anyway, but
yeah, quick look on ES. Okay, nothing is happening on ES.
Yeah,
what a
it's like,
surprise. Nothing.
So we got like a perfect little drop on NASDAQ, and ES is just hanging out, chilling, whatever.
Yeah, this drop was absolutely nice on NASDAQ, but yeah, there seemed to be, or maybe there's going to be a structure shift here on the 1 minute. That's just not enough. Let's see the high here was at 25K and 10. What was the high here? 09.75. Okay, so gotta wait. Man, I hate when the market does this. It's just going sideways.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I wanted a big trade.
Yeah, me too.
Where's
I
my
wanted the big trade.
trade?
A big trade, finally. A big trade, but no
I
big
just
trade on
love
this.
being able to, not be sharing my screen, but at the same time, it looks like I'm sharing my screen because me and Tom have the same things marked off here.
Oh, I
Previous day
thought you were
high,
playing
1
some
hour, 1
okay, because
hour
I thought
FTG.
you were playing some arcade video game or something. Because
Yeah, and I was playing a little Fortnite.
yeah,
Yeah, no, I think it's a good plan though. I mean, if you look at NQ, we got relative equal highs at previous day. We're working from that level, that 1 hour fair value gap.
yeah,
I mean, look at my chart. It's the same as what
Yeah.
Tom has marked off. So,
yeah.
it's
You've been cheating off of Tom. We know how this really is.
I don't know how that really is actually. So
Nick's cheating. He goes and watches your stream. He gets up early, watches your
No,
stream,
no.
and gets your levels.
mhm.
actually, I'm gonna tell you a secret, Nick. Don't tell this to anyone. And
Yeah.
I checked your channel the other day, and I watched your video while you're driving. And you were talking about how awesome it is to be a trader, and I was like, man, this guy's living the dream. I was like, that's cool. I want to do this too. So
You do it, Tom. I mean, I will say, I do live a dream, right? I'm not like, it's not like these IG people every day where they get like a new car every month.
Mhm.
But
I mean, when they rent a new car every month? Oh,
that's the word. Dang it, that was the one. No, I kind of wake up, kind of hang out with the fam, hop on here with you guys, trade, and then just kind of just go about my day. It's a lot different than what it was 5-6 years ago. It was very, very rough for me, so it's my dream I live.
that is one of the worst things about trading is like it's kind of unavoidable to avoid that pain, right? Like you have to go through that. To
Yeah.
some
Oh yeah,
extent.
I saw something. It breaks you before it makes you, and that is so true, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, it freaking it broke me down to like the studs for sure.
Has trading made you reevaluate your life choices, Tom?
100%. I got my first gray hair the other day.
Oh, definitely. It definitely made me reevaluate everything in my life. So imagine like first time I saw the first time I encountered trading was in 2007. Like I was 23 years old back then. And it was 2007. Imagine nothing was, the only thing you were having like some Forex brokerages and MetaTrader and all that such. And it was very fancy. Like some websites were selling these MetaTrader expert advisors, like you're going to be rich and you're going to be making $100,000 per month with just $1,000 of deposit or something like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, I totally fall for that. They sold me the dream. So I thought that, man, this is the life I want to live. I'm just going to deposit $1,000 to a Forex account and I'm going to let this MetaTrader expert advisor robot make me a millionaire. So I guess that didn't work out. So
You had to learn to
Everybody-
trade at the end of the day, huh?
Yeah.
What's up with these numbers in the chat, bro? Like,
I don't know.
I
I keep watching this. I don't know. Is
I
this
think
some
Luke's
kind of
got a side project going on over here.
side project? Okay. I thought that
I
these
missed
are the
it.
yeah. I don't know. Like, are these coordinates or some kind of a sign language? I don't know what this is, but something is happening.
Oh, okay.
How many millions Tom has in his bank account? Oh, in Hungarian forints. Okay, yeah, sure. Hungarian forints is basically like monopoly money. So if I tell you I'm a millionaire, I'm actually not lying because you can buy a used car, let's just go with example. In Hungary, you can buy a 10-year-old used car for actually a 20-year-old used car for millions of Hungarian forints, like 2 million forints or 3 million forints. Imagine that. It's just amazing. Like all those zeros.
Imagine there's a lot of abbreviating.
Yeah. So still waiting for the structure to show us something and still no displacement. The 1 minute chart kind of looks like a bearish flag thingy. Feels like it wants to drop.
Isn't doing it. That's what's driving me crazy. ES is holding this bullish fort here. This purple zone that I have drawn on is really the area around the 6750 level that I've been watching. It's basically a 10-point zone. That's really where we stayed all night. So I need ES to get the heck out of here.
Yeah.
I thought I was going to do what NASDAQ is doing with this move lower. Like, what the heck?
Oh my gosh, I think I missed something. I think I missed something in my pre-analysis earlier.
Is this the spot we bounce an NQ to catch back up with ES now? I think that's what we're doing.
I missed this. Oh my gosh, I missed the demand zone. There is actually a demand zone.
Oh, you were just complaining about not having them.
Yeah, that's why I'm mad at myself because I missed this. There is an absolutely valid demand zone happening at 855 down there. I'm going to extend it. I'm going to explain why I think. I mean, obviously, I'm not saying we're dropping down into that area right now, but that was happening yesterday in the AM session. There was a fair value gap and the pullback happening on the 5-minute chart at 10 minutes after 10 a.m. The bearish candle picked up liquidity from that fair value gap, and then it started to push higher. Obviously, it was, I don't know what ICT would call this. I used to call this order block or demand zone, actually. So this bearish candle on the 5-minute would actually be, I know it's just one tick into that gap, but I mean, I kind of like the reaction as it was pushing higher. If the market would continue to be bearish, you know what? I might even jump into a short. Who knows? So that's not far. That level is down there at 855. Okay, so yeah, now I have a plan to go short. Yeah, I have a plan. Now this is the 3-minute chart, sorry. Yeah, so I have a plan to go short, but I'm not going to jump into a short, so don't worry. I'm going to wait. I still need one more displacement to the downside if I want to jump in. How far is that? Hold on. It's like,
so, like, would you wait for that on ES since it hasn't made that?
No. I don't really care about that. I mean, yeah, I know they should walk in hand, but the problem is ES having relative equal highs up there should be popping that level.
NQ has relative equal highs as well.
Yeah, true. Yeah, it has relative equal highs up there. I'm just saying that if this one would not be able to push higher, all I need is one more displacement to the downside, and I'm going to take a short, actually. And oh my gosh, okay, so sorry, I was wrong on the level. The level actually is the opening at 879.25. Sorry, my mistake. 879.25. That's the level. Sorry, 879.25. That's the demand zone or the bullish order block start. Okay, I think that's where we're going, and I might even gonna jump in. Let's see. I know I might be chasing this. I know that. But I think I'm going to take a short on this. With a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio. Why not? Let's jump in.
Let's jump in.
Let's jump ship. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I'm already too late a little bit. Okay. I jumped into a short. I'm targeting 881. Oops. 881. I'm going to put it out. And that's okay. Let's see the stop. The TP would be 882. 882. Way down there. Okay, that's good. 882. I'm going to give some wiggle room for it. And my stop is going to be at 91.
Definitely give some bigger room for it if you're going to take a short, because if you look at the hourly, what I've noticed that happens the last 15 minutes of the hourly candle, especially during like 9 like during the AM session, is what you'll see is like the 10 a.m. open will do an open high on the candle. So it'll do an open high and then low close, even if it's truly bearish. So sometimes your entry could also, you could get that re-entry at like 10:05, 10:10, or if you're super aggressive with your stop, you get stopped out because you moved it to break even. So if you're gonna go short, I definitely have a bigger stop for sure.
Yeah, I mean, if it
No,
takes out my
where it's at now, is my-
Yeah, I'm at break even something. I mean, yeah, somewhere around. Actually, the optimal entry would have been at 949. So my entry is at 940, like 9 points lower, but it doesn't matter. My stop loss is at 991. Obviously, if it takes it out, then it's going to be going higher. I wouldn't be surprised, but I'm cool with that. And that's it. The risk reward ratio may not be the best one, but I'm still keeping it on a positive note or positive side. And before arriving to that zone, I'd like to take some early profits. So if we get there, obviously, but it's also risky. I know that. I'm aware of that because the whole market is just extremely bullish. And I'm kind of doing the same situation like I did yesterday, but I'm not risking too much on this one. I think like $200 or something. And I'm perfectly fine with that risk. So absolutely okay. And since this is my first trade today on NQ, I am definitely okay, even if this one turns around and takes me out. So I'm actually just curious if this zone is going to get mitigated down there. Actually, is that a good word for it? I didn't even know. So if this zone is going to get tagged, and that's it. That's the plan. That's the plan. So we'll see. We shall see. What are you guys up to? I know I'm boring.
I'm trying to figure out what ES is doing too. I had to set up another chart because I had something screwed up. But so thanks for talking while I did that. I'm so frustrated that ES is like it's still like within its opening range and it's in such a tight spot. I'm watching tech really kind of dump. On the other screen, this is basically the top 8 that are represented in NASDAQ. The only one that's kind of holding this morning is Apple. So I realize the market's very bullish, but I think I might actually be trading into this bearish plan for a change.
Yeah.
So let's do it. At least for a little bit, I can be Bear Barbie.
You can be Bear Barbie, of course. So
I don't have to do that forever. I can do it for a little bit and then switch back.
So you're Bull Barbie because you like to be bullish all the time, right? I guess I'm assuming.
Not technically, but it has kind of been happening that way. I've been doing better bullish trades. I've just noticed this over, I don't know if it's been all year or kind of since April when everything got kind of volatile, just waiting for the anytime the market drops to buy has just served me very, very well, both on my swing trades and my day trades. So even if I see a short setting up, I've been favoring waiting for that long just because the higher time frame structure has been so bullish.
Nice.
Yeah, it's the same thing for me too. Like I don't give FOMO being like this move down. Like even though it was a 70, 80 point move right now, like I put this on my Twitter and even Discord. I was like, I want to see us move lower. I don't want to trade it because usually like if it's opposite of order flow, and it goes back to what I was talking about earlier, you're gonna be very, very nimble on profit taking. Some days it just runs, right? Like it's and you wish you would have caught both sides, but
yeah,
I just don't. I know the higher time frame and the better trade is usually on the side of that order flow, and I'll just wait for that. And sometimes I'm just dead wrong. Like sometimes it just keeps going way lower, and I just don't have a trade. And I'd rather not have a trade than take a bad trade.
Yeah, obviously that's the best choice to make. And yeah, and even and you know, that's also a skill. Like everybody keeps forgetting that once you decide that you're not going to trade because you don't see that plan playing out, that's actually also trading by not taking that position. And I keep reminding the chat all the time that this is actually trading. You're deciding not to participate.
Being flat is a position.
Exactly. The best position sometimes. Yeah. To be flat.
No position.
Yeah. The only position, as ICT says, with the guarantee on capital. So you're definitely not going to lose on this one.
I don't know if I'm going to listen to ICT on that one.
That's like he's saying. You know, someone told me in my chat, like, "Hey Tom, you should be talking more about ICT and listen to what Barbie is going to say." I said, "Okay, I'm going to talk about ICT stuff." I don't know.
But I'm not going to listen to a paper trading about when I should make real trades. That's paper trade.
Well, he can paper trade because he's got me to do the real trades. Like I carried the weight, for the brand. I do it for the brand. Like
I knew it.
I did it for the brand.
Okay.
Did it for the ICT brand. So enough of me gloating again. I'm gonna head out of here. I'll see you guys back here tomorrow. But yeah, I'm looking for this move to the upside here. So if we get strong displacement from this 1 hour gap, the level from 973 to 24,937, a move from there to the upside, I'm going to take a long targeting previous day high. So
Yeah.
Tom's got me. He's got the levels marked off. So
No. I mean, I was just talking out loud. So basically, it's like, I mean, I'm not really risking anything too much here. I'm just kind of curious how the market's going to show the direction here. And so I thought, like, hashtag for the stream. Why not do some action here? That's it.
100%.
Yeah.
I'll see you guys back here tomorrow. Y'all have fun. Don't have too
All
much
right.
fun.
No,
I saw y'all
just
having
We'll have
bit.
we'll have more
me.
fun with you out of here. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Have a good one.
Have a good one.
Okay.
I did see chat was asking a lot. I didn't want to interrupt Nick while he was leaving, but chat was asking what I was just talking over here. Like, these are the stocks, the actual tickers that are heavily weighted in NASDAQ. And I think everyone needs to understand this. So I'm going to, just for a second, go over here. I went and looked this up. This is just on Slick Charts, but there's a lot of websites that have this. So the NASDAQ is comprised of a bunch of tech stocks. That's what the NASDAQ is. That's why it exists.
Yeah.
So it's really good to know what is making that up. So I'm always on the corner of my eye. I'm always kind of looking at that other chart where I see what Amazon's doing and what Nvidia's doing. Nvidia can move the market, especially when Tesla's moving with it and Google's moving with it. And that's because this is literally what the NASDAQ is made up of. It's this basket of all of these things. So I'm watching the ones that are most heavily weighted. And mine are a little bit out of order these days because these do change, but I pay attention because I can fit 8 on a chart, just kind of what the top 8 are. So you can always go look this up. Nvidia, we've been talking about how ridiculously huge it is. Of course, it's heavily on there. And then you'll know the rest of these guys. These are not low floats. But then when we're talking about something like Russell, that's where we have, the small caps and things. So that's why we have the different indexes, is they're made out of different things.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, make sure everyone's clear on that one.
Yeah, I'm also. I'm watching some stocks, usually like the Magical 7, like how they're doing, and obviously I think the big favorite for everybody is Nvidia. And by the way, I don't know if you used to trade earning reports or anyone here.
I've dabbled in some earnings.
Yeah, because that was also kind of the thing that made me blow up some accounts for sure. but obviously everybody tells me who is in stocks, like, man, you definitely need to know everything about Nvidia because that's driving NASDAQ like basically all the time.
Yeah, right now.
Yeah, right now. But that's kind of true. I mean, there's always some tendencies, obviously, like 10, 20 years before, obviously different stocks were driving the market. But yeah, I guess we got to watch out for that. But
we're in our AI era, so that's why I care about Nvidia right now.
Yeah, but by the way, the other week, Methodical Man was here as a guest, and I was talking with him like, is AI going to change the retail trading market? Like what do you think about that? Because I'm having these questions all the time, like, hey Tom, what's going to happen when AI is going to take over trading? Like in a certain way, AI is already in trading since a few years now. Algos are everywhere, but do you think that the retail trader is going to be completely booted out from the markets, or what's going to happen?
I don't see why they would. I think because I do algo trading too, and I like to kind of compete against my own algorithms that I've programmed.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes they beat me, but a lot of times I beat them. And there's little micro decisions that we make all the time. And I have a lot of strategies and things that I can't program.
Yeah.
It just doesn't. There's not a way that you can explain some of these trend lines and things. And I've tried for months to try to get some of these things, and it just doesn't work. So
yeah.
I don't think that I don't think we will be totally replaced. I think it's just, we're already trading against bots. That's not going to go anywhere.
Yeah. I mean, I was thinking the same, like, actually, there's buying and selling pressure, yada yada. We all know that, and obviously, the market is adapting. I mean, it's changing. We do have to adapt to the market. The algos have to adapt to the market. I think even if AI is going to take over like most of the trading, as a human, you can always dive into the market and go for those positions just like we do right now. I mean, there's always going to be a place, is what I'm trying to get to. There's always going to be a place for the human retail traders in the market. So that's why I like
even
this.
these humans, like we have all these bots, and we can get AI to do them, but there's still a human managing that process.
Yeah, exactly.
There's still a human component. So I have to adapt my strategies too, just like you adapt your strategy. April, we could not trade the same as we were trading in February. So you're always adapting, and AI might be able to do that to some extent, but there's always a human interaction kind of explaining some rules and some guidelines for how to adapt to that. Yeah. There's always a human involved.
I was actually surprised. I saw a documentary on, I think on YouTube, maybe, I don't know. It was about hedge funds and how they're operating. And so I was also like, I kind of like that television series, Billions, and the thing is, like, in that documentary on YouTube, they were talking about like, hey, we are having super smart youngsters like who are still in college, university, whatever, and they're like absolutely like very, very smart, and they actually come into the office like in their I mean, no offense, I mean, they have these superhero t-shirts and all that stuff, they have the like real geek nerd, guys going there with their laptops and their headphones and like, hey, what's happening? And the bosses keep telling them, okay guys, we want you to program the algo today to buy this and this stocks or this sector in between these prices. And so they just sit down, they program the algorithm, and boom, that's how it goes basically. So they're not relatively like pushing the button like, okay, we're going to buy shares for $100 million right now. Boom. No, that's not the way it works. They just actually program the algorithm, which does the job for them. But it was interesting to watch that documentary, and also interesting to see like how these young people are so smart to actually move this incredible amount of money. Anyway, I steered away a little bit here from the chart and from futures, but it's just amazing how the whole market works and how hedge funds are actually operating. You wouldn't even guess that you go to the Starbucks, ask for a coffee, and the guy next to you in the line is actually operating hundreds of millions of dollars with a single laptop. But actually, yeah, kind of amazing. You never know. Yeah. I don't know the name of it, but I'm going to search for it for next time. It was a great episode. Okay. So
I kind of like that too. Like just walk around and picking up kids and stuff. It's like, no one knows that I'm a finance bro and do all this crazy stuff.
That's the way to look at it.
Yeah.
So
it's kind of fun.
What is happening, by the way, on gold? I'm just let me check on gold here.
I think gold might just be. I was kind of looking at that. It might just be having some kind of natural exhaustion, hitting that level up there around 25, 60, 38, 25.
It seems like it, but I was kind of hoping that this trade would finally drop down, but it's just not happening yet.
I keep kind of waiting for gold to come back down too. And then like me, since I sleep at night, I missed the whole move. So.
Well, don't worry about it. As I said, like 90% of the time, I don't care really about that. I mean, gold, only when NQ is so unplugged, like this London session, I'm like, okay, I mean, we need to do something else here because that was the main reason for me as well. Did you? No, I'm in a short position, Diego. Yeah. And by the way, chat, did you like the stream already?
Better have. My goodness.
Come on, everybody, push those likes, subscribe. And, guys, I always keep telling the routine. The routine, obviously, so many things to do every morning. One of the routines is to call up everybody, share the stream link, and make everybody to subscribe. It's super easy. Send a bulk message to everybody like, hey, like this.
Grandma, make sure she's up.
Yeah, grandma, your ex-boyfriend, girlfriend, high school teachers, whatever, neighbors, everybody. Make sure. I don't know. Oh yeah. When is Trump speaking? I'm not sure. I think when is he going to speak? I don't know. When is he
I
going to
mean,
speak.
he's not like telling us to buy stocks. I thought Trump already spoke. Is he?
He
Is he still
spoke.
going?
Okay. Yeah, I forgot. I know we talked about it, but I forgot. Now he's talking. Okay, that's not good.
He's still talking. Yeah.
Not good. Not good for this position, I guess. Yeah, we'll see.
They didn't leave us with a good little morning session where they planned this news. That was really rude. Should have asked us first.
Should have. Yeah, should have. Yeah. But this week, I mean, yeah, all-time highs. I wish there would be more to it, but yeah, it's just difficult, at least for me. So I don't know how I missed this zone. Even if this zone is not going to be tagged, what I'm looking for, in a better words, is answer. I need an answer from the market. I need the answer to tell me that I was wrong or right. So if I was wrong, that's cool too. Then I'm going to go with the different plan. And obviously we talked about this, Chet. You guys remember, if you go with a one-sided plan or two-sided plan to the market, I totally missed this zone down here. So if I would have knew this earlier while we were talking about when we started to talk.
That one, huh?
Oh, definitely. So anyway, what's happening?
So
Chet,
I mean,
by the way?
I saw them move lower, but I was wanting them to move together, and I didn't get that. So that's that hard thing. It is really frustrating when you've got your whole trade criteria and your whole idea, and it doesn't hit all of the things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think that's the hardest time, when you feel like forcing something on the market, and that's when you've got to really test your discipline and be like, nope, sticking with the plan.
And also, like, yeah, I mean, I get that question. Like, if you really want to push the button, if you really feel the urge to trade, let it be just an eval or a funded account. I guess one thing you can do risk management wise is to, categorize those trades. Like if there's a low probability setup, but you still feel like, man, I need to jump in. Okay, then do so, but definitely decrease that size. So go with a very small position. And that is what I'm doing right now, to be honest. I was a little bit too excited again. I saw this drop. I want to go to that zone. No problem. It's a small position. This is going to be like a $200 something loss if I take that loss. I mean, if it goes to stop, it's fine by me. I'm perfectly okay with me, because I got this question like, hey, Tom, what is that loss limit that I can take? I would say, like, if I go down to $600 or $700 on any given funded account, that's a red flag. Like, okay, I have to sit back, relax, and stop what I'm doing. So I'm perfectly fine with this. Yeah. By the way, how much you risk per trade, Barbie? Usually.
Well, it depends on the account, because I have different size accounts. But if I'm talking about like an eval or something, if I have I kind of give a $300 to $500 risk, depending on how good the setup is. But if I'm really not sure and I'm really hesitating, when you're mentally like, I don't know. I size way down, and I'll just kind of test the idea in micros, because sometimes it's just like you've got to get your feet wet and get a feel for how the candle's moving and how the trade is moving today, especially in the morning session.
Exactly.
I'll just kind of throw out a little test trade, because sometimes I got to test.
Yeah, I call those probe trades. Probe trades. Sorry. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. Well, sometimes I'm testing my own mentality, I guess, and seeing how it feels. Like, am I having one of those days where I can take a little bit more size, or do I need to be a little bit more conservative to maintain my mental state, my zone, I guess. So I will kind of do that. I don't remember where I got that advice from, but I got that long ago. Someone was telling me, if I'm not sure yet, I throw out my little tester trade, or probe trade, as you call it, and see how it goes, see how it feels, and see if I'm really ready to put that full trade on or not.
Exactly. And I like to. I mean, yesterday I think you said it as well. Like with yesterday, we talked about that. Different accounts having different risk parameters. I also have that, like some of my accounts, I very aggressively scalp or do some heavy trading on some
Yeah.
other accounts, I go with a very extremely low size or a small size and yeah, different
With
accounts,
the
different
props,
management.
you're kind of balancing that time too. Like you
Yeah.
want to get it done within your 4 weeks or whatever.
Yeah.
That's kind of part of the challenge. And so for me, I have to kind of balance that too, because I would happily just trade these accounts real slowly since I consider them smaller accounts and let them build up. But there is a little bit of that time component to it too. So that's what I think makes you kind of really fine tune and optimize all of your risk management.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's easier to trade a big account. I have bigger accounts. They're more fun to trade. I'm not going to lie. It is easier to trade a big account. You can have a little bit more drawdown. You don't have to be as precise with your entries and things,
Uh,
but it is a really nice challenge to trade these smaller accounts.
Yeah,
too.
actually, I thought about the same thing because I went through on my through my losses this year and last year, and I was kind of trying to figure out like what can I improve. Obviously, other than better risk management, I thought like, okay, some of my accounts would have survived if I have a little bit bigger room to trade. I could have
Yeah.
got back from those drawdowns, and I'm actually I'm thinking to make the decision. I mean, most of the time I'm going with the 50K accounts, but actually I think I'm going to make the decision and move to the 150K accounts because of the bigger room to trade. And I might going to apply the same risk management, but it's definitely going to go with much less risk and less stress and
Relative,
pressure. Yeah, so I'm
It's
thinking of
less
that.
relatively. The
Yeah.
only thing on me is like then you have to get more money, so then you feel a little bit more pressure to take more trades. So it ends up
Yeah,
working
you
out
do.
a little bit
Yeah.
differently. But
I know, Chad. I know, mathematically speaking, yes, I know the difference. 50K mathematically is easier, but many traders, many of you guys like to trade with a little bit bigger contract sizing, which is fine as long as you can handle that. I can see that how that works out, and that's why I'm saying, yeah, go with the bigger account then. So yeah, easier to handle. Right. Oh, there was a winner again. Congratulations for the winners. How many winners?
yeah, we had a code drop. I pointed at it. Hopefully,
Oh my God, I didn't see that. Okay, nice. I'm here,
you were
everybody.
making
Don't
good
worry.
points over there. It's all good.
Sometimes I just keep forgetting. Anyway, I'm kind
I like the sneaky drops.
I'm all over the place. Yeah, the sneaky drop. Yeah, the sneaky drop. Again, I mean, it's Abhishek and Magnus. They are doing this. Yeah, of course. I told you
I
guys.
like how
Chad-
it's not always the same. That makes you really have to pay attention.
Yeah, exactly. So, just a quick check on ES. Oh my gosh,
Hasn't gone anywhere.
ES is what is this? I mean,
Why am I trying to trade ES today? It's not doing anything.
This is like the worst of all, really. Like, okay, at least gold started to melt down a little bit, but still nothing
It
I
worked
could
out
go with.
perfectly yesterday, and I wasn't expecting it much because it was a Monday, and then today it's like, come on.
Oh, this is absolutely nonsense. But yeah.
It's gotten tighter and tighter. I mean, it's probably just setting up for that later day move. Hopefully, we still get that. But
yeah, we'll see. I feel like the way the candles are printing and the way I see this moving on NQ, I kind of start to lose hope a little bit here. It feels like, as we talked about, it's messy and it's building up some momentum here. I feel like it's going to be ready for a push higher to take out those relatively
if it had done what we told it to do and made the move lower at open before news and then set us up for a long down there, that would have been great.
Yeah, that would have been bad. But obviously the market makers are watching the stream too, so
yeah, they're like, no.
Yeah. Well, it is what it is.
Yesterday is like new all-time highs. Here you go. And then today, nothing. But yeah, I mean, personally, I'm still rooting for a pullback on the dailies and things. So
me too. You can imagine.
Maybe we're just starting that pullback finally, and I'll get that. And we could trade bearish for a few days.
I wonder, by the way, if we're going to see that kind of price action like we had back in April, I think, where President Trump was coming out with the tariffs and the trade war and everything. Like, I remember in London session, we were having a 1 minute candle for 100 points or 80 points or something. Like, that was crazy. Like, it was 1,000 points drop in like a day or two. That was absolutely mental. And the London session was absolutely crazy too. Like, 50-point candles, 100-point candles. Yeah, that was
I had
great.
to adjust all of my brackets because I have automated brackets that'll trail for me and everything. I had to make special ones or just not use those to adapt for just those bigger ranges. Otherwise, it would be instant stop out.
Yeah. Yeah,
I had to like 4x everything there for a while.
I think last year happened the same thing as well. Maybe, I don't know, it was October or November. I don't know. But I remember there was another 1,000 points drop, 1,000-ish last year. But so that's what, obviously there's always a news driver to that. There's a catalyst to move the market. I wonder what's going to be the next big catalyst that's going to drive the market absolutely crazy. Obviously, a healthy correction can happen anytime for a few hundred points. That's in the cards. That's why I said, I think I marked it up on my chart somewhere around the 650s, 650s ish area would be a daily fair value gap. I can imagine a drop going down there for NQ. I mean, not now, but maybe throughout the next few weeks. Who knows? But we'll see, I guess.
I'm kind of looking at where that is on ES too. I mean, it's definitely not undoable. Let's do it.
Yeah. Correction anytime. Let's have it. So what are you guys doing, chat? Tell me something. Anybody's full porting? Because if you are, that's 2 rounds around block and you're timed out if you do that. So no full porting, proper risk management, right? Yeah. I keep getting that question like, hey, Tom, but you're trading 2 and 3 micros. Are you ever getting those payouts? Yes, I do. So yeah, I used to get those payouts. Still riding a short. Let's go, Jay.
I don't know why everybody hates on micros. If you can because you can sit in micros and not feel so antsy.
Yeah.
You can sit in micros, go get $300 out of a micro. Like,
yeah, exactly.
It's totally doable.
Absolutely doable.
Actually, Tom, this is something interesting because you were talking earlier too, and I didn't want to interrupt, but about the different volume and things on NASDAQ and how you'll watch the micros.
Yeah.
Because I didn't know this until recently, but on NASDAQ, the micros have more volume than the minis.
Actually, yes, that is true, especially in London session, by the way. So when the market is like, obviously I'm no expert to confirm every little detail in this, but I did notice and I checked some volume charts, and it definitely more orders are happening on the micro. And in London, I'm not even watching the mini because you see more liquidity voids or gaps on the 1 minute, even the 5 minute chart sometimes. So definitely, yeah, more volume, more orders on the micro. Yeah, that's true. And
so I like watching volume and order flow. So I was kind of wondering about that too, because I always favored watching ES with those tools and not NASDAQ. And I started watching the micros on it, and all of a sudden stuff makes more sense. But if you go compare the volume on the charts, it's usually about twice as much on the micros. So that makes a ton of sense that my volume indicators would work better.
Yeah.
On MNQ.
It's a little bit smoother price action on the micro. As I said, like on the mini, the way the candles are printing, I mean, I'm watching Quant Hour on my end. I know it sounds a little bit crazy or not, and I'm saying this for you guys who are using, for example, TradingView. TradingView is excellent for charting. I think it's just amazing. The candles are printing differently, like all those micro movements, the way the data is flowing into the chart and the candles are being printed. TradingView is always lags behind a little bit, like a second or something. The candles are just not showing up that way, and you can see the difference in also in Trade Await, I guess, Quant Hour or other platforms that have direct connection. you see that it's actually smoother on the micro. Anyway, just a small observation there. So
I like it.
after some certain amount of chart time, I don't know how many hours, but I did notice that, okay, I'm watching the quant hour candles. I don't care. I mean, not that I don't care, but I'm not really focusing on the trading view candles. And it kind of gives you that little bit of an extra feeling, that sixth sense that, okay, these candles are spiking lower a little bit more. Kind of feel like you kind of get that extra feeling that, okay, we're seeing that. Anyway, it sounds weird.
I've tried explaining to people that the data resolution you get with TradingView is different than the resolution you get with specialized data.
Yeah.
And I don't know how to explain it better than that, but it's really just a resolution. It's like trying to read something on an old phone versus a big widescreen monitor. You'll be able to see more. So you can see more of that order detail.
By the way, it reminds me, I mean, chat, who is trading on their mobile? Who is trading on the cell phone? I'm just curious because I was surprised how many traders are day trading on a cell phone. Like, is that really?
It's still wild to me. But we got Corey, the phone trader. He says he has multiple phones, so he can watch multiple things at once. It's still crazy to me.
Oh, okay. You trade on your cell phone. Camila, hey. Hello there.
I've not been able to get along with phone trading. I have respect for it. I just can't do it.
Yeah, I mean, I keep seeing people like, oh my gosh, like so many traders are on their phone, like unbelievable. Mobile, it's easy. I mean, back in the Forex days, I thought that it was more like fancier and more like a trendy thing to trade on your phone, but on futures, I don't know.
I would rather bring my little laptop because I have a 13-inch laptop. It's pretty small. I would rather bring that around with me and tether so I can see something on that screen.
I
try to do it on my phone, which I have done before. I have either been waiting for kids to get out of school in the pickup line or, on a road trip and have placed crazy trades.
Yeah.
I remember we were doing 85 miles an hour in West Texas, and I did like a $2,500 Tesla trade. And I was just like, please stay connected. Please stay connected.
Oh my gosh, that's a lot of pressure. Okay.
Yeah, it was a trade that I'd gotten into the day before, and I was waiting for it to hit. I really wanted to manage it myself because it was options. You can't just. The futures are nice because you can set that level, and it's either going to go there or not. Options is different because you've got premium, so you're kind of guessing what the premium is going to be when it gets there based on when it might get there. So it's really hard to nail that.
Oh yeah, definitely. So, what's the time right now? Oh, it's that time already. It's almost 4:30. So that means Ash is going to be around soon. Oh yeah, he is. So any final thoughts here? But I think we're going to welcome Ash soon. So chat, let us know.
I'm bored with the market right now, honestly.
Yeah,
I wanted something better than this.
Yeah, this is absolutely a pain to watch. And I wish there would be better market conditions, but it's part of the business, everybody. So you got to understand that these conditions are like it or not, but these are happening every now and then. And that's why I said, if you really want to force yourself into a trade like I did, just go with small size. That's the only thing you can do. I'm in
trading.
Yeah. Paper trading. Also, you can do that. Yeah. Paper trading. Definitely.
Well, I hope we get this short worked out. So it'll at least set up a nice little long for us. So.
Yeah. As I said, I'm really curious, and I'm at this point I'm absolutely detached from the P&L of this position. I am curious how the market is gonna move from here. I'm really, really curious. So, yeah, very boring market. Exactly. Here's the man. Hey, Ash, what's going on?
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. Please tell us that you nailed the market this morning. You
saw it, right? You got the vision. You got all the cash because we didn't.
Yeah.
I wish. I mean, this has been ugly to say the least.
Yeah, it's like not setting up.
I mean, ES just going sideways all overnight. Even this morning, it hasn't moved. I mean,
I thought surely after staying right on that level all night, ES was going to move, and it hasn't.
Yeah.
Somebody start smashing the pots and pans and tell these people to wake up already.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
What
would
is
be
ES
great.
doing? How's
So,
your guys' day going so far?
well, I forced myself into a small little short position, hashtag for the stream, but otherwise nothing. This morning in London, I took a trade on gold, but NQ, as far as I've seen it, it was actually almost, I was physically feeling the pain, like watching this price action since London. I was like, no way, I'm going to do anything with this. So yeah, not too good.
Yeah, just a small move lower so far. How about yourself, Barbie? What about you?
I'm protecting the accounts. I wanted this move lower on ES that we didn't get. We ended up getting on NASDAQ, but it's still throwing me off since the whole market's not kind of cooperating in that. So I'm going to try to be patient and see if we still get that. If we get that move, Tom's going to make money too. So
Oh yeah,
it'll all work out.
Launch on me. Okay. Yeah, obviously. So
yeah, we got Powell coming up here at 12:35 as well.
Yeah, it's a mess.
It's a mess.
Yeah.
It's a Trump sandwich too. Don't we have Trump at the end of the day?
Oh,
yeah,
it's
Trump is at 7:20. We just heard him with Powell in the middle. So
Jeez.
it's a sandwich.
I gotta write down these things. Trump sandwich. Okay, nice. Anyway, man, no, it is what it is. So
it is.
It is.
Hopefully something develops. We'll see.
We'll see. We'll see. All right. Any final thoughts here, Barbie?
That's about it. I'm glad that I have not traded any live accounts today, honestly. So I'm going to keep just really waiting to. I don't want to put my money on something crappy. My money's worth more than that. So I'm going to be patient and put it where it needs to be.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, I wish I could say same here, but I'm already in this. So anyway, Ash, we let you take it away. It was an awesome session. Chat and Barbie, special thanks to you too for staying here with me and fighting this market, because this is just absolute sideways. Anyway, thank you, Ash, and have a good session, I guess, right? See you soon.
Let's do it.
Thank you as well. I hope you guys have a good, nice day.
All right. Thanks.
See ya.
Hey, good morning, chat. How's everybody doing today? How's everybody's week going so far? Good morning, good morning, good morning, or good day, depending on where you're from. How's everybody doing so far? Just going to welcome everybody into my stream, and then we'll get into some of the information here. Good morning, Marwa. Good morning, Rohit. Good morning, Solo. Good morning, Mike. Good morning, Mission Hill. Hello, hello, hello. How's everybody doing today? How's everybody's day going so far? Good morning, Nicholas. Good morning, MM. Good morning, Parmeet. Good morning, Vignesh. Good morning, Trader HCH. Good morning, Mr. S. Good morning, Abhishek. Good morning, Magnus. Good morning, Oats Trades. Good morning, Aaron. Good morning, Coop. How's everybody doing so far today? So let's take a look. We have to understand that we had Trump speaking this morning. We have to understand that we have Powell coming up at 12:35. It's very clear that these are two individuals that move the market. I understand that we're a bit unchanged here. There's really, NQ got a little move lower this morning. ES hasn't done anything. But what I'm pointing to here is it's important to understand when Trump is speaking. It's important to understand when Powell is speaking. So anytime they are speaking, make sure you're aware of it. Okay. They could go out there and say one thing and it could change the entire market. Okay. So make sure you're always aware of it. we got to move lower here on NQ this morning. Nothing really exaggerated, just a small move there off the open. Ever since then, we've just been going sideways. And man, this is a account burner is what I would call that. This thing is just going sideways, chopping it up. Same thing with ES. Finally taking out some lows here, but the entire open of the market has just been sideways. This is rough. This is rough. This is something that will burn accounts. So, in my opinion, day trading is not everyday trading. You do not need to be trying to understand every single price fluctuation. Plain and simple. Price does not care about how you feel. Price does not care about what you think. Price doesn't care about your opinion. So, forcing yourself upon the market is not going to end well. For example, right, the market has been extremely bullish, okay? We just continue to keep crushing all-time highs. You know, I don't know how else to point to a bullish bias than this right here. We're just higher highs and higher lows. No matter what you want to say, no matter what system you use, price is either moving to the top right of the screen or the bottom right of the screen. I don't care about the terminology. I don't care about the system. It's very clear that price has been continuing to push higher. So you don't need a system to understand that. Price is going higher. So where I'm going with this conversation is that if you're extremely bullish right now and you came into the market today saying, I want another new all-time high, price doesn't care about your bias. Price doesn't care about how you feel. In my opinion, we are just stuck in this consolidation. All overnight, we've just been going sideways right here. All right, so from the close of yesterday, we had a beautiful move higher. Right, we had a huge move higher yesterday. In my opinion, that's exactly why we're consolidating today. So let's have a quick conversation about the phases of price delivery, okay? This may help your understanding with price fluctuations. So you have, we'll point to price instead of using line charts today. Here is one price delivery, right? We have, this is expansion, when price is definitively moving in one direction, right? You have expansion. That is one form of price delivery. You have consolidation. It's another form of price delivery, right? Or you have retracement. So these are really the only forms of price delivery that I look at. We are either expanding, we are either consolidation, we are either expanding, we are either consolidating, or we are retracing. The moment you can understand which form of price delivery you're dealing with, the better you'll be able to align your actions with that. Okay? Now, to understand price delivery, there's one thing that I always look for. Expansion. Plain and simple, the only reason why I'm looking for this is because price is not going to go from expansion to expansion. That's the only thing, right? Like, so for example, when we're moving higher, we do not just go in a straight line higher, right? Expanding continuously. We don't do that. But it's the normal saying of stair steps up, elevator down, right? This is a normal price fluctuation, right? We expand, then we consolidate. We expand, then we consolidate. We expand. So what I'm trying to point to here is knowing what phase of price delivery we're in. If we're in expansion, the next thing that you should look for is either consolidation or retracement, because it's not going to go from expansion to expansion. Okay, and that's what we're dealing with today. So if you could have understood the different phases of price delivery, seeing that yesterday was a very clear expansion, the next thing to consider is consolidation or retracement, right? So if you looked for continued expansion this morning, thinking that we're just going to continue to go from expansion to expansion, in my opinion, that's lower probability. Just by simply knowing the different phases of price delivery. Price is not just going to continuously expand all of the time. It's going to expand, then it's going to consolidate. It's going to expand, or it's going to retrace. Now, once you understand that, then we can position ourselves properly. I'm not saying you can't trade it. I'm just saying trade it with logic, right? So, for example, anybody that's been working with me here on the live stream for quite some time, you would know exactly how I approach consolidation. So I'll throw the question to you, chat. In a consolidation profile, where do the best opportunities present themselves? When we're ranging within the range, where should we look to position ourselves? When we are consolidating, how do we use a consolidation profile? Where do we look to position ourselves in a consolidation profile? Very good for the individuals that are saying at the extremes of the range. Very good job. At the extremes of the range is where we look to position ourselves. So this is the range that we're currently dealing with. Okay. I do not want to deal with a position anywhere in here. This is in the middle of the range, right? If we know we're dealing with consolidation, I do not want to be anywhere in the middle of the range. In a consolidation, I want to be looking here at the extremes of the range, at the extremes of the range. Okay, so we understand that we go from expansion to consolidation. Okay, then once we're in consolidation, look at the extremes of the range. And now this is where you can position yourself if you still want to have a bias, if you still want to try to force your opinion upon the market. For example, the market has been extremely bullish, right? So instead of looking at shorts at the top of the range, why not just wait for price to get to the bottom of the range to continue looking for your bias, right? Short above old highs, long below old lows. So if you're extremely bullish and you can see that price is in a consolidation, just wait for the bottom of the range to be engaged to then position yourself for higher prices. Okay, so you can still trade consolidations. The purpose of the conversation is to understand different price deliveries. Okay, we dealt with expansion yesterday. Expansion would be the time to look for like a breakout trade. Consolidation, imagine if you tried taking the breakout at the top of this range here. You would have gotten stopped out because then we went lower right there. Consolidation is not the time to be looking for breakouts. Expansion would be. In terms of consolidation, I would want to be dealing at the extremes of the range. And if you want to force your opinion upon price, then simply just wait for the correct side of the range to be engaged. So ES is here at the low of the range, and so is NQ. All right, let's hop over to NQ real quick. You have the same exact range, this overnight range, right? And Notice how NQ has taken out the low of that range. Okay, so let's go in. Now, I don't have a unicorn yet. So even though we're at the low of the range, right, I'm going to now look for this. Right, we're at the location to look for a long on NQ. We've taken out the low of the range. Now it's a matter of just looking for your entry function, right? Everybody knows that I use a breaker block plus an FEG. So if we get one of those, then I would look for a long. But as of right now, this is all we've gotten. Right, so my entry function hasn't formed, but now you can see in terms of decision making, in terms of choosing when to risk or not. If you can analyze the type of price delivery we're dealing with, then you can position yourself in a higher probability position. If we know we're dealing with consolidation, wait for the extremes of the range to be engaged. Once an extreme of the range is engaged, then look for your entry function. So I have not had a position yet this morning because of this entire conversation. Price was just going sideways all overnight. NQ at least went below the lows of the range. So I could start to look for longs on NQ, but now I just needed to develop the entry function. It needs to do this. It hasn't done that yet. It's just came down and then consolidated. See the difference? So let's see if it develops an entry function, right? I'm not now. All I'm saying is I'm waiting. A lot of times in this business, you need to deal with patience. A lot of time, everybody thinks that day trading is everyday trading, and I'm sorry to tell you, that's not the case. A lot of times in this business, it's spent doing nothing. This is a work smarter, not harder. Right. And in my opinion, the smarter decision right now would be to save your capital. We'll see if an entry function develops. Until then, I'll be patient for it to develop. So that's what I have for today. During my session, we're going to wait to see. I want to see this low taken out. If that low gets taken out, then we'll see if it could create a breaker block. Okay. That's what I have for today's session. We have to understand that Powell is coming up as well. Okay. Powell is at 1235. So I would not be surprised if this thing remains choppy until Powell gets on there. While we're waiting and watching, I'm going to also go through our weekly outlook. Let's go ahead and update our weekly information. So let's start on Euro. Let's start on Euro. So here's the analysis we had on Euro. On Euro, we were looking for this area of price to provide resistance for lower prices. We've gone into that area, but we have not made a decision yet. So we'll see if this area now provides a rejection to head towards this swing low. Dixie, the idea was the same thing as Euro, just inversely correlated. We wanted to see if price would go into this area here to then find support for higher prices. So far, we tapped into that area and we're waiting to see the next move. NQ and ES, the bulls are clearly in control. This thing just continues to keep crushing new all-time highs. I'm going to remain bullish until the daily chart says something so clear and so obvious stating otherwise. So until that happens, I'm going to remain bullish. I would like to be on the same side as the higher time frame order flow. So I'll keep waiting here. I'll continue to keep being bullish until something on the daily time frame says otherwise. So, chat, what do you think? We did a good job with our prediction yesterday. I left you all with asking you if you thought we were going to get a new high of day. We crushed another new high of day right after that. So, very good job on the prediction yesterday. Ash, check the 15-minute on ES and NQ, please. Here is the 15-minute chart. So far on the 15-minute chart, this is the same information that I just Ash 15-minute ES and NQ looks like SMT. I do agree with that statement. So take a look at this. I was looking at the hourly for the SMT. So take a look at this. NQ took out all of these lows here, whereas ES did not. Right? So here we'll just use the 7 a.m. hourly candle low. So that way we can have a definitive time. Take a look at how ES has not run below the 7 a.m. hourly candle low. Look at how NQ did run below the 7 a.m. hourly candle low. That is bullish SMT. So very good job. That is correct. Sorry about that. I had a quick little sneeze there. Didn't want to do that right in front of you guys. So, yes, I agree with the bullish SMT. Very good job. Chat, how is Terry doing in that competition? Does anybody know? We got to be rooting on our MFTV team. How is she doing over there? Terry's currently doing a trading competition. Would love to know where she's at in that trading competition. She won day one. Nice. So I guess they're doing it per day. Is that what that means? Also, I don't know if you guys saw the new promo. Another new discount at MyFundedFutures. 50% off for new users. 25% off for existing users after they purchase an account. So definitely take advantage of that new discount as well. Terry won the first day. Let's go. Let's go, Terry. Is she going to win day two? So what is it? It's like I guess it's like a boxing match, right? You have to win like multiple rounds. Is that what's going on here? She's in red, but better than the other person. Oh, so it's just whoever does better, like in terms of overall. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Let's go, Terry. Bring the W home for the MyFundedTV team. Yeah, let me know how she did today as well. I don't know when they finished for today, but if she won today, that's 2 days in a row, and that's a good start there. Is Price trying to wake up here? Did we finally wake up? Chat, as we're waiting and watching, if you have any questions or comments, if you want to go over any type of information, feel free to throw it in chat. Let's definitely throw some W's in chat for Terry as well. Check out RTY. What is RTY doing? Russell? Nice move higher there on Russell this morning. Moving much nicer than ES and NQ. Very nice. YM also looks nice. Let's see what YM is doing. Nice move higher to start the day. Little retracement there back into the range. So YM going higher, ES going sideways, NQ going lower. Chat, what does that tell you? What does that tell you? YM going higher, ES going sideways, NQ going lower. What does that tell you? What type of logic does that provide to you? Don't touch anything. Don't trade. Sit out. Yep. Amazing job, chat. Amazing job. Lower probabilities. Don't touch it. Take the day off. Very good job. Correlated assets should be moving the same at the same time. If you have 3 of the indexes doing 3 different things, clearly there is no clear direction for today. So, as a risk manager, as a day trader, that should show you that patience is a virtue today. If 3 correlated assets are doing all completely different things, that should show you indecision, that the market hasn't made up its mind. The divergence between all 3 assets is showing you the lethargic, indecisive price action this morning. Very good job for all the individuals that said sit out. But now comes the real question. Did you actually sit out? Did you actually sit out? Because what matters is your ability to control your own actions. Right? That's what it comes down to. Like at some point in time, you're going to have to realize that simply surviving another day will benefit you in the long term, because there's always going to be another opportunity. So I'm still waiting. I'm still watching. I have nothing here in terms of a position to put on. I'm not going to force myself. Not going to force myself upon this market. As of right now, ES is still just stuck in this range. ES is just stuck in this range, going sideways. NQ actually got to move lower. Here's price action pattern traders. Let's see if the good old price action pattern traders can get a trade here. Are we getting a little bear flag in here? Let's see what happens with this little bear flag. Who's a price action pattern trader? Throw it in chat. Let me know. Do you do bull flags, bear flags, double bottoms, head and shoulders? Who's the price action pattern traders in here? Who is the price action pattern traders in here? I use head and shoulders for good dandruff. That was a good one. Well, let's see if we get this bear flag. It's trying to break to the bottom here. This would be a continuation pattern for pattern traders. I am in my account. Here, I'll show it. I don't know why it's not loading, but so you can see that I'm in the account. I don't know. Why is it not loading there, though? Either way, showing you whether I'm going to put a trade on or not. This is the difference between last week to this week. Right? Everybody asked me last week, are you capable of going back to your discipline? Right? Because last week we were not trading the model because of the competition. Okay. This week we're going right back to the discipline. I was toggled on Pine Editor. Oh, okay. All right. That's my fault. You can still see the green dot by the trade of 8. So you can see that I'm logged into the account there. Point being to the conversation is you'll see when I'm putting a trade on. And the conversation was last week, everybody was asking me, are you capable of going back to your discipline? Because last week we were doing any type of trade. Last week we were asking chat what type of trades to take for the competition. This week, we go right back to our discipline. This week, we go right back to our model. So what I'm pointing to here is a potential continuation pattern for you pattern day traders. We'll see if this little bear flag breaks out to the bottom. If it does, it looks like a continuation pattern lower, which would be a short setup. No, I will not be taking this trade because I'm going right back to my discipline. I will be going right back to trading breakers that have fair value gaps. But to watch it during my stream, let's see what happens. Let's see if the continuation pattern gets confirmed. So far, it hasn't. It went below, but it did not close below. So I would not take this position yet if you are a pattern day trader. There is a potential for ES to create a breaker in here. It took out the low. If it displaces through this candle here, this would be a breaker. So we'll watch this as well. See if there's anything on the lower time frame. Not yet. But this would be a breaker here on ES. If price displaces back above this and leaves a fair value gap, that would be the type of trade that I take, because that's the model that I trade. It needs to close above the breaker. This gray box would be the breaker. It would need to leave an FVG on its way through the breaker. If that happens, that's the type of trade I take. This over here is not the type of trade I take. So the point being to the conversation was, people were asking me if I'm capable of getting back to my discipline. You'll watch it here. We'll just do it right on stream. So you'll see it. See if the bear flag breaks to the bottom. If it does, that's a short for the pattern day traders. Whereas if we get the bullish breaker here, this would be a long for myself and my model. So this is something I would take. This is not something I would take. Let's see what happens. No pure price action trader who knows what they are doing would be going short here yet. I was waiting for a close below the continuation pattern. So I agree, not yet. I would be waiting for it to close below the pattern. After the candle closure, that would be the entry for the short. I also don't think there's one shoe that fits all. So I think there's many different ways to trade price action. I don't think there's a universal one shoe fits all type of trade. I take patterns at the retest of the support or the resistance, like a bear flag pennant. I would have started at the resistant taps. I've traded so many patterns that I just know. So if I'm going to take, so you're saying you would wait for it to close below and then get the retrace like this? Let's see if that's what we got. Chat, do you have any types of questions? Do you have any type of information? Is there anything you'd like to go over as we're waiting and watching? Feel free to throw it in chat if you do. Every single market is looking like an account burner. Yeah, that was my initial analysis. If you saw the beginning of my stream, I'm most interested in staying on the sidelines. We have Powell coming up here at 12:35, and the market has just been going sideways all overnight. So there really is no clear direction. So in terms of forcing opinions upon the market, I don't think right now is the time to be doing that. How does stocks play a role in the NQ movement? The NQ and ES is an index. So the index is made up of all of those stocks, right? So for example, if one of those stocks are doing very well, if it holds a lot of weight within the index, it's going to help move the index, right? So Amazon has a lot of weight in the index. Apple has a lot of weight in the index. NVIDIA has a lot of weight in the index. Tesla has a lot of weight in the index. So when those things are moving, it's going to help the index move. Let's take a look at a couple of those indexes, a couple of those stocks real quick. Tesla went lower this morning. NVIDIA went lower this morning. Take a look at how Tesla and NVIDIA look. Okay. And then take a look at how NQ looks. So in terms of how do those stocks play a role on the index, NQ went lower, so did Tesla and NVIDIA. Tesla and NVIDIA hold a lot of weight within the index. Same thing with Apple, Amazon. Amazon went lower, so it makes sense that the index went lower. This is not information that I look at. Yes, it plays a role, but at a certain point in time, you don't want to fall into information overload, right? So like, for example, I don't look at 20 different things to get into a trade. I don't need to confirm what individual stocks are doing for me to take a trade. There's clarity in simplicity. So that's not something that I look at. Yes, it does play a role, but that's just not something I look at. Is there a 1 minute unicorn on NQ for a long? I understand what you're looking at here. Yes, there is a breaker plus a fair value gap, but this is not decisive, right? Like, look, it's just within a range here. It's just going sideways. This is not something that I will be executing. If anything, I would have liked to see price take out the low first and then create that. The fact that it's just inside the range, I don't like it. Matt does it that way. He takes some signals from how stocks are doing. Yeah, that's perfect. So that's a great example to show you that being an independent thinker is the best way forward, right? If Matt does that and that works for him, then he should continue to keep doing that. Just because I don't do that, that doesn't make it better or worse. That's his personal experience, whereas I have my own personal experience. So everybody, that's why I just said like 10 minutes ago, there is no one size fits all. There's no one universal model. Everybody's going to fit this business to their own character, to their own traits. That's what you should do. Mold it to what works best for yourself. ES on the 1 minute. Yeah, this is, let's see if it took out. Yeah, so this is something I like more than NQ. Notice how ES took out the low of the range, and now it's trying to create a 1 minute entry function. Let's see if this forms right here. So I like this a lot more than NQ, simply because it took out the low of the range. Take a look at what this looks like right here. 3.5 points of risk. Let's see if they leave the fair value gap right here. So this is something that I would look to take a trade on. Let's see if they leave the fair value gap here in 10 seconds. All right, so let's see if we can hop in this long. We'll take this risk right here. Looks like it tagged us in. So let's take a look at this position here. This is 3.5 points of risk. So about $150, $175 of risk for about 7 points of reward. See what happens with this long here. Chat, I'm here to tell you, I'll say it again, I've said it 100 other times. This is my own trading experience. This is my own journey, okay? You are to accept all of your own risk. This is not a signal, okay? Do not follow anybody on the internet. Always make all of your own decisions. Just because I'm sitting here taking the trade does not mean you should, okay? I've completely accepted the fact that if it goes to the stop loss, I'm willing to lose about $75. You are to completely accept all of your own risk. Plain and simple. Never play follow the leader. Okay? This is not a signal. This is my trading journey. Let's see what happens. So going into drawdown to start the position. Let's see where we move from here. Yes, the stop always goes at the swing point. I put it at the swing low for longs. I put it at the swing high for shorts. Ash, I remember you putting it on the other side of the breaker. Either one works. No matter what, it has to go on the other side of the breaker. Whether you want a little more wiggle room, putting it at the swing point or not, what matters is that it's below the breaker. So that's a risk management decision there, right? Do you want to give yourself a little more room, or do you want to try to tighten your stop so you can get a little more size? No matter what, it has to go on the other side of the breaker. Ash, long the stronger pair, so NQ is the stronger pair. What makes you say NQ is the stronger pair? What makes you say that NQ is the stronger pair? It didn't take the low. I'm not looking at 1 minute SMT, so maybe that's the difference here. I would rather be using higher time frame SMT. I do agree with what you're saying in terms of on the 1 minute. Yeah, so that makes sense. So if this is what you're looking at here, then yeah, I agree with what you're saying. I'm just not looking at 1 minute SMTs. That's a good RR Ash. Everybody knows I do 1 to 2 risk to reward. So this is normal risk to reward for me. I'm always looking for a 1 to 2 RR trade. How do you feel during this trade? I don't feel anything. If you can't detach your emotions from the trade, then it's going to be very hard to execute your risk management. Okay, so in terms of feeling things, I reserve my feelings for my family, for my health, for my day-to-day life. When I come to this business, the emotions are turned off. So there is no feeling to have here. If losing $175 makes you feel some sort of way, then you should not be taking the trade. I'm full longs right now with Ash because of his signals. All right. I don't know if that's just a troll, but that just makes me not want to do this, just to let you guys know. I've explained many times that this is not a signal service. Okay. You should not be following what I'm doing. I don't know how to make it any more clear. So still dancing around break even here. No real move from this position. But notice how nothing's changed yet. Haven't moved the stop. Haven't changed my thesis. Fully accepted the risk before the risk is taken. Now it's just a matter of allowing the position to play out. Do I trade gold? No, I don't trade gold. I focus on NQ and ES. That's advice for any business/job. Leave emotions for things that matter. It's just money. Your health and family are what matter. Easier said than done, though. Yeah, that is a fact. It doesn't really matter what business you're talking about. You should leave your emotions, your health for your family. That's what truly matters. And for the individuals asking me, how do I detach that emotion? That's exactly why right there is that the things that actually matter to me, that's my wife, right? That's my health. That's what creates emotions for me. I'm going to leave it for my family. This is a business expense, right? Just like any other business, you will have to use money to make money. Okay? Whether this is a win or a loss, right? I would just view it as a business expense. The other thing that I would say about it is experience. Conviction is built through experience. Okay? The more times you do something over and over and over again, that's what's going to build the muscle memory. So when you see the same thing happening over and over again, or when you experience the results, whether good or bad, you'll have more clarity on how to deal with it, right? So just gain more experience. There will be more conviction with more experience. Can you explain the breaker block? It is these two up close candles right here. Right, so a breaker is right here. Ready? A bullish breaker is a swing low, then a swing high, then a new low, then a new high. Take a look at it right here. You have a swing low, a swing high, a new low, then a new high. The bullish breaker is always going to be the highest up close candle before the leg down that took liquidity. So that's why I've highlighted these two candles here. That is the bullish breaker. And vice versa for a bearish breaker. Not a single host mentions prices when discussing levels or analysis. There's nothing easy about it. Let alone talking about levels, trading live in front of hundreds of people. You have everybody sitting here saying, "Oh, horrible trade," or "Why'd you do that?" or full port, my mortgage on this trade. You guys are talking about how do you deal with emotions while putting troll comments in the chat. It doesn't really get any harder than that. In a business, that's already hard. So yeah, it makes sense why people wouldn't discuss certain levels. There's nothing easy about it. Ash, per your experience, does 1 minute and 5 minute entries both have 50% probability if followed all the rules, or it reduces in the 1 minute? The entry function has nothing to do with the probabilities. Your ability to execute the model does. So I could give you the same exact model and you can have drastically different results because your emotions are different than mine. Your actions might be different than mine, right? If you're the individual that raises a stop loss above break even, whereas I don't raise my stop loss above break even, we're going to have two different results, even though we're using the same model. So it's not the model that creates the outcome, it's the trader. It's the operator being able to execute the model, being able to control their emotions. So any other questions, any other comments? I have, it looks like another 2 minutes before my segment comes to an end here. When there is a bullish or bearish SMT, what should we trade? The stronger or the weaker pair? When you have bullish SMT, you should long the stronger pair. When you have bearish SMT, you should short the weaker pair. Ash, is this the only trade you take? Yeah, I trade my model. So the type of trades I take are breaker blocks plus fair value gaps. I only use one model. Ash, how do you deal with moves that come within a few points of your TP and then show signs of reversal? The game plan is set before the trade is taken. So you should know exactly how you're going to deal with the trade before the trade is taken, right? If you're sitting there saying, I'm only accepting -1R or +2R, follow the game plan. Fall in love with the process, allow the results to be a byproduct of it. But what if? There's always going to be a what if. If you want to do hypotheticals, then there's going to be a hypothetical to every single scenario. Either follow the game plan or don't. Plain and simple. If you choose a set it and forget it type of game plan, execute your set it and forget it game plan. If you want to trade discretionarily, then trade discretionarily. All I'm saying is set that game plan before you take the trade. Once you take the trade, follow the game plan. All righty, chat. Looks like my session is coming to an end. I just want to take a moment to say thank you to all of you. I really appreciate everybody that keeps showing up every single day. I really appreciate all of the questions, all of the comments. Getting to go over this information at such a consistent basis really provides a lot of conviction. So thank you to all the people that continue to keep showing up. Thank you to MyFundedFutures for putting the community together, for all the giveaways. Thank you to all the hosts and the special guests. I really appreciate everybody's time. I'll go ahead and update this on my Twitter once a result occurs. So if you want to follow along there, be my guest. We'll see what kind of result comes from it. Maybe it happens here. Who knows? But I'll go ahead and update the results on my Twitter whenever they happen, if you want to see the results there. Other than that, another great day. Thank you for another great session. I look forward to hopping back on here tomorrow with you all. But until then, let's pass the mic over to Tom, and let's welcome Tom back up on the stage.
And we're back. Hey, everybody. It feels like it was just about an hour ago, right? But we're here. We're back. We're going to continue. And before we continue, let me just say thank you, Ash. A lot of value, as always. W's for Ash in the chat. I cannot state that enough how much I enjoy listening to his segment. Obviously, he's a pro, so no question about it. You know, a pro is a pro. Hey, what's up, everybody? Okay, so how was the market so far? I had an early dinner, by the way. So my story here. Early dinner, you know, I had some chocolate too, just a little bit. And so far, I think it worth my time because nothing has happened. So how's everybody? Still chop. I know. I completely know about this. So this is why we need to talk about the chop. Obviously not just about the chop, but I had a great topic for yesterday, which we're going to talk about today. I'm always hungry. I know. That's why I told you guys, hungry Hungarian. I'm from Hungary. Stay blue. I'm from Hungary. Hungry Hungarian. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, my neighbor will be guest on Thursday. Yeah, neighbors, you know, we're going to take over. That's it. Who is full porting? I hope nobody. I told you guys it's forbidden. Okay. No full porting is allowed. You just cannot go full porting. All right. It is forbidden. Oh, okay. Nice. So no volatility. Exactly. I saw that you guys were hopping into an ES trade here with Ash. Yeah, it's kind of slipping lower a little bit, but nevertheless, you know, as Ash was also saying, like, you must have a game plan all times. Even if you don't want to enter the market, that's a game plan too. Abhishek, you're hungry? All right. Fly over here. Ash, stop loss. Don't worry. I'm 100% sure that this is just a small little, you know, scratch there. No issue with that. That was a absolutely tiny loss, and it's part of the game, guys. Once you can accept that, it's much easier. That's why I told you when I entered that short position, I completely accepted the outcome, just like Ash did. So. Yeah, you are all hungry. Yeah, low probability. Exactly. And this is exactly what I want to talk about. Low probability, high probability setups, and different kind of risk management, by the way. I need you to tell market to send to all-time high, but who should I tell it to? I mean, I don't have the phone number of ICT. Nick does have it, I think. I'm not sure. So I don't know. Yes, I have a short position. So let me just quickly show this. I'm still in the same position. As you guys can see it here, I'm still hovering in this short on NQ. To be honest, as I said, I completely detached myself from the outcome. I don't care. The loss is going to be like $230-ish, and the profit is going to be a little bit more. Do you want me to wink? Wink. There you go. You don't see it anyway. Yeah, we're going to quickly check on gold too. So, and as I said, low probability, high probability setups, we need to do some categorizing, okay, for the different type of trades. So we'll do that. wait for an edit. I'm not gonna do that. Oh my gosh, there's a sneaky code there. Displacement 50 for 50 free resets. Okay, where's my phone? Okay, here it is. Come on, everybody. Go to the oh, where is it? Just load it up. Come on. Where is MyFundedFutures.com? Or where's the website? Come on, everybody. Quickly. Get it before. Yeah, okay. I think I'm slow again. Whenever I try to do it, it's not working. Okay, this joke is just not good anymore. Displacement 50. Get it, everybody. The sneaky code. I'm always late, I know. So, as I was saying, different risk for different probability trades. That's what that is going to make a huge difference in your risk management and in your results. And obviously, we're going to go over some examples as well. Okay. Yeah, exactly. You almost missed it. I did what I could. I mean, usually I miss it myself as well. I mean, I just saw it. I was like, yeah, Gabor, it's because the others were super quick. I mean, you got to understand, like, there are some very, very, very quick viewers in the chat. They're already on the checkout page there, I think, or a reset page. Yeah, I mean, that's all I know about the technicals. But yeah. So anyway, as I said, yesterday I wanted to talk about this, but I think it's just the perfect timing to go over to categorize some different setups. Okay, it's super important. And obviously, if you guys are in trade right now, you got to understand that the current market conditions are absolutely low. Even if you're looking at the big picture, even if you're looking at the big picture context. And obviously, I don't even know. I think President Trump is, I think he's finished with the speech, right? So we're not expecting more news drivers throughout the day, I think, but correct me if I'm wrong. Which means, I mean, this one can mean two things. One thing is that it could go sideways because there's no more news, or now it can finally start to move because everybody was waiting for the president to finish up with the speech, right? Which session is gold good to trade? I would say the same sessions like NQ, London kill zones, 2 a.m. to 5 a.m., 7 and also 7 a.m. to like 11 or 12 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I would say that gold is good to trade just like at the same time like NQ or the other markets. Statistically speaking. Never thinking about closing it? No, absolutely not, because my stop loss is somewhere up here. I want to wait for my answer from the market. I want to wait for it. If it takes me out with a stop, good. And this is exactly the thing that prevents you from over trading. Before we go into that topic. Powell. Sorry. Yeah, Powell. Sneaky pick. Yeah. There's going to be a sneaky pick, everybody. Be good to Abhishek. So leaving my stop as it is, not messing around with my trade, actually keeps me from doing like stupid decisions, like maybe pushing the reverse button or maybe messing around with my stop or adding to the position. I predetermined the risk when I enter the trade. So it's going to be either a full stop loss or a full take profit. That's all. And this is one of the small things that's going to help you to survive the chop or survive low probability market conditions. As long as you have your targets, as long as you have the game plan, in terms of exits and profit levels, as long as the risk reward ratio is positive, then why not just wait for it? Why not just wait for the outcome? It is what it is. Self-control. And by the way, good that you mentioned self-control, because predetermining your risk, the stop loss and the take profit, is going to build up your confidence, your conviction in your trading model. And in market conditions like this, you can use wider stops. And yeah, my position is only like 2 micros, but it's still fine. I can make a couple of $100 on a funded account if I win, right? And that's good. On a day like this, I'm happy to walk away with a few $100. I'm happy with that. But anyway, as I said, there are some things that we need to understand the difference between high and low probability trades. I mean, categorizing trade setups is what I wanted to talk about, like different risk for high and low probability trades. We need to talk about this. In the meantime, if you have questions and if I'm able to read the chat, I'll be happy to answer. All right. Exactly. So what I'm trying to say here is like not all trades are created equal, right? And some setups some setups are obviously having higher probability. They're screaming like, oh my gosh, this is an A++ setup. And obviously some trades are coin flips. We all know that this is part of the game. Yeah, always. Always. But here's the problem. Most traders actually risk the same on both. So if you have a coin flip trade, which could still be profitable, but if you have a coin flip trade and if you have an A++ setup, risking the same amount of dollars, like the same amount of risk, like dollar-wise, might not be the best scenario. And this is when it comes to, hey, Rod, what's up? And this is when it comes to like a little bit of a more advanced risk management. And obviously, using the same risk all the time can also lead to your account to be blown up. So obviously, you need to categorize the setups and size the risk accordingly. And that's how you can stay alive in the long run. I try to do the same thing. Like I try to go with the same exact amount of risk on each and every trade on all of my accounts. And that was like years ago, like always the same risk. Before even futures, I was trading on the CFD prop firms and I was using MetaTrader and other platforms. There was always some risk management tools. And I was like, okay, I'm going to risk like $200 on this trade. And that was like a swing position throughout the day. And then on the next trade, I risked the same amount of dollars on just a single or a small scalp trade. Now, as I said, this could lead to a disaster as well, especially if you don't know the difference between your A+ and the low probability setups. A good setup obviously deserves more risk, but a weak setup deserves patience or maybe no trade at all. Now, this here, what I took earlier after the market opened, this is a weak setup. It's obviously a weak setup. I know that. And this is why I'm still using a wide stop, low risk, and, not really aiming for a high risk to reward ratio here. I'm just kind of curious, how's it going to go? But obviously not with the same risk. And why does categorizing matter really? Because, as I said, too many traders treat every trade the same. Same size, same confidence. But in reality, the problem is that different trades carry different context, different probability, and different conviction, might even different trade setups, or might even a different trading model. Certain conditions like trading in a ranging market would require maybe completely different trade setups or completely different entry model. And this is what we need to understand. It's very important. But obviously, if you are forced to trade a different trading model, you need to understand that you're basically doubling your risk. So if you're not confident in that trading model that you're forced to trade on the ranging market, that should be telling you that, okay, I need to size down my position because that's not going to be a high probability trade. So there's so many things to this. Like one thing is going to lead to another and another and another. Cause and causality, right? Just the same as always. Without categorizing, you will either over risk on weak trades, that buy chop, for example, or under risk on the strong setups. You're going to miss the payday, basically. That's the problem. And I guess many times it happened to everybody sooner or later that you're kind of scared from the market, like, oh my God, I'm not sure if I should, you made some profits the other week or the other day. Then, you're just saying like, okay, I don't think I want to risk more than just a fraction of this and that, from the account. And you're just feeling scared or a little bit anxious or, too much excitement maybe because your trade plan is not that clear and you're just not going to risk your position with the proper value, even if you see the perfect A++ setup. But obviously, that's just a different thing. So trading is not just all about equal opportunities. It's about selective aggression, I would say so. So you got to be a little bit selective with that risk, okay? So high probability setups, for example, having a max dollar amount, exactly, Clint. So having a maximum dollar amount for an A+ setup, you can obviously write that down to yourself, or you can keep, obviously, you will remember as you gain more experience, like what is the maximum amount that you're willing to risk on a particular A+ trade, right? And obviously, yeah, specific amount on B or C category setups. And by the way, there's no need to have like more than 2 or 3 different type of categories in this. Like obviously there's the A++ best setup out there. And there's like a B category, like not too bad, not too good, but who knows? And obviously there's a category C, then you might just enter the trade because maybe out of boredom, which you shouldn't. But if you still feel the urge, like, oh man, we need to enter that trade, you can still take it, but you need to predetermine that risk. That's like super, super important. Okay. Very important. It can be, so the A+ setup, the high probability setup needs to have obviously a positive risk to reward ratio. You need to have a clean confluence, mostly about the target. Like if you don't have a target, I told this many, many times, if you don't have a clean target, then obviously you shouldn't even enter a trade on that particular direction. So this morning I forgot to see this. I overlooked this 5-minute demand zone and I was like, okay, I don't care about anything. I'm only going to take a long position. It's a good thing that I checked it twice. As I said last week, now I have a 2-sided game plan for today. What do you think about the statement, don't predict the market instead of acting according to what is providing? Most of ICT traders try to predict the market. Well, I kind of agree. I mean, ICT is saying, and oh my God, I don't want to get into a debate or I think it's a controversial thing, by the way, but it's a good question, Gamer Pro. ICT, I remember ICT was saying, like, whatever you think, you're basically predicting the market. And I'm like, yeah, in a way, yeah, but what we're really doing, and it's according to Mark Douglas, is we're basically reacting to the current market conditions. I will be in trouble. I know. I don't want to get into trouble. So we're basically reacting to the current market conditions. And all we're doing is we're taking an educated guess according to the market, right? All we're doing is we're taking an educated guess. We are reacting to the current market. Now, as far as if someone says, or ICT is saying, we are predicting the market, I'm not 100% agreeing with that sentence. I think we are reacting to the current market conditions. That's why I kept saying, like, I don't really have a bias when I sit down to the chart, like, okay, today I'm going to be bullish and I don't care about anything else. I'm just going to take long positions because today the stars and, the birds and everything lines up. Like I'm just going to take because the market just keeps going higher. I'm just going to be bullish. No, that's not the way it is. In my personal, humble opinion. All right. I see the levels both on the buy side and on the sell side. If the market, creates the displacement in the direction of that area, which is my target, I jump in. And there's absolutely no, there's no need to overcomplicate things because that's what we're doing. I said this like about 10 years ago. I mean, 10 years ago, social media was absolutely different, not to mention 20 years ago. 17 years ago, 18 years ago, when I first encountered trading. There's so much information right now, even in the trading niche, in the day trading niche. Like if you go to YouTube or wherever, there's so many videos, downloadable documents, lectures, books, everything, like so many information. It's super easy to get into or to fall into the analysis paralysis problem. Best to keep it super simple as possible. Okay, so yeah. That was a good question, really. So I don't feel like predicting. I feel like we are reacting. There's an old saying, I don't know if you guys have heard it, like trade what you see, not what you think. I mean, it doesn't have to do, kind of has something to do with predicting or reacting, but I like this saying, trade what you see, not what you think. It also contradicts with your game plan, because if you see the candles going higher and you jump into the trade, that's not true. That's not going to be ending good for you. But predicting, I just don't predict, okay? Have the plan to react accordingly to the target. ICT. I don't have ICT right now, but I will. Next time I will bring some. So anyway, Abhishek is going to do the pick. Okay, you guys got to be good to Abhishek. Hey, Grim, what's up? Have you tried the CME live data feed offer training you? If so, is it the same as? Yes, it's the same. It's the same, Grim. So the thing with the data on TradingView, obviously, if you subscribe, you're going to get the same data through other platforms like Quanttower or TradeAwait or whichever you subscribe to. You're definitely getting the same data. There is one thing though, and I just said it this morning. I think, and again, this is my personal opinion, I think TradingView lags behind maybe like a second. Even if you subscribe to, the TradingView, not just maybe the essential package plus the CME data, you have a full subscription on TradingView, you're still going to lag behind maybe a second. I noticed this. I don't know if any one of you guys have noticed this, but I think TradingView lags behind. That's just my opinion anyway. So yeah, this price action is absolutely a killer. I agree 100%. 100%. But again, yeah, so the answer is you should be having, and you have the same exact data. The same exact data. All right. So back to the topic. The types of setups, right? We were talking about the high probability setups. And obviously there are some medium probability setups. You got some confluence, obviously, but not perfect. It's still worth to trade it with smaller size, right? But it's obviously never wrong to sit out and just wait of what's going to happen. And obviously we have the low probability setups. The thing with the low probability setups is I think it's mostly the low probability setups and the trades made by low probability setups are usually made because of boredom, ego, frustration, fear, all the negative stuff, maybe even second guessing, maybe even tilt, like a low level of tilt. But So the problem with the low probability setups, like it's a messy context, because obviously you don't have a clean story. Do you trade sale? No, I don't trade that. I don't trade crude power trades. I don't trade that. So you don't have a clean story on either of the sides. Hey, Alicia, good to see you. So the context is messed up, choppy conditions usually, you know. And at these market conditions, the risk should be tiny, or better not to trade. Okay. I think I even risked a little bit too much on this trade. I should have just went with 1 micro, just to see what the market gives us. But anyway, I entered with 2 micro. But yeah. And often, as I said, these are boredom trades. This guy's the setups, you know, I'm bored. I need to take a trade because the market goes sideways. You know, not to defend myself, but I must. When the market dropped down here and I entered somewhere a few minutes before 10, I was pretty much, about 950-ish area. I don't know. I really thought that we're just going to waterfall down into that 880 area. I really hope so. I didn't really thought that this is just going to go like this absolute sideways action. So, but again, as I said, the position size should reflect your conviction, okay? Not your boredom, basically. The position size should reflect your conviction. So if you really need to enter that trade, then the least you can do to yourself, for your account, and to capital preservation is just to go with small position, okay? Small position. That's what you can do. And obviously, you know, categorizing the trades has its pros and cons. I would say the challenges. It has the pros and it has its challenges as well. Like, for example, let's just mention a few of the pros here. Categorizing a trade setup is good because it matches risk to conviction, right? Just like I said earlier, if you have a low conviction, it's easier to match the risk. And that's going to build confidence, by the way, just saying. And you have a better expectancy. If there's a low setup and you still enter the trade with a small position, you're not going to have high expectations from the market. And even if the trade is going to take you out, what is happening, Trader H? So even if the trade takes you out, I have to pick a winner. It's not my job. It's Abhishek is handling that pressure. He's handling that pressure. I can't. It's not my job. Is it my job? Let me know if it's my job. I didn't know it's my job. So it's you guys. You guys have to talk with Abhishek. He's doing it. Exactly. So as I said, you're not going to have high expectations, or I would say better, you're going to have your expectancy is going to be lined up with that risk. Okay. So it's definitely a pro. Obviously, it's going to reduce their emotional roller coaster. Very, very important. Santaki, I won't. I won't. So, as I said, it's going to reduce the emotional roller coaster. And it's also going to force extra discipline. You're going to be disciplined. Even if you take a trade out of boredom, because you just really want to jump in the market and you're taking the smallest positions, like with 1 micro, it's actually forces you to be disciplined and wait out discipline and to wait out the end result. Just like I explained earlier, like I have my stop in place, I have my TP in place. I'm not going to do anything. I'm not going to mess up the chart. Potential buys on ES or plays on ES. Sorry, I can check it for you. Potential play on ES. Yeah, ES is going to go down to 67.34. Just saying. 67.34. I'm calling this level out officially. 67.34. There you go. Not personalized guarantee, but that's where it's going to go. Yes. Because there's a zone. If you're asking why, that's why. I'm going to show you right here, right now, right here, right now. Here it is. Boom. There you go. Obviously, no guarantee. You are patient, all right. So I would say, yeah, there's like 4 points. I think it's going to drop 4 more points at least. This is a beautiful, beautiful demand zone down here on the 15 minutes. Sorry, I thought that it's the 5 minute. Yeah, it's a 15-minute demand zone on ES. Look at how beautiful it is. Actually, it's starting at 33.50. So 33.50 is where the zone starts. That's what I think. Is NQ going to follow? I hope so. I do have that trade, so who knows? We'll see. We shall see. Tell me, which Star Wars? Which movie was it that the sentence was in the movie? Like, we shall see. Okay, I love that. Anyway. So as I was saying, it has the pros and the challenges, of course. As I said, it's going to force you into be more disciplined. You're going to wait out for the full stop or the full. It's a trap, yeah. I think it was Snoke in the new. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not really a fan of the new Star Wars movies, but I think it was that Snoke guy or whoever he was, that Sith Lord, or I don't know, that Snoke who said, "We shall see," or something like that. Anyway, let's get back to the topic. Congratulations to the winners, by the way. Congratulations. So, it's going to be easier for you to restrict yourself from jumping into unnecessary trade setups or adding to your position or forcing yourself to something that's not even there. So the low probability setup also has this small little bit of advantage that, at least worst case scenario, it is, yeah, I mean, you're not going to do unnecessary trades. All you have to do, especially on a chop session, you're just going to sit through it. And that's it. So this is why it's going to build confidence, as I said, because mainly you're gonna stop fearing losses because the size matches the quality. And I think that's the best expression to use at this point. The position size is going to match that trade quality. Wow, I like this. I'm going to write this down. The position size is going to match the trade quality. Man, I love this. Tommy's talking. No, it's not. I mean, I don't know who's that. It's not Tokach. I'm sorry, Jebus. I'm not. Who is that? I don't know. But also, yeah, so we're still in the category thing. A fellow Hungarian won. Oh, okay. Nice. Congratulations to the Hungarians. Let's go. That was good. All right. So also, categorizing the trades and the setups also has its challenges. Like, obviously, I wouldn't say like the cons, but I would say it has its own challenges. Like, usually, I mean, it takes maturity to admit when a setup is weak. Okay. And the ego problem, when you're feared to admit even to yourself that, okay, like this is a weak setup, then obviously you're going to have trouble with with the risk and the position sizing. So, but as you spend more time at the charts, as you blow, I'm sorry to say this, but as you blow up more evaluations or funded accounts, that experience, it's going to forge you to be a better trader, and you're going to be mature enough after some time in trading that you're going to be able to admit to yourself that, okay, this setup is weak. But it's a challenge. It's a challenge for ourselves as well, to be able to admit to ourselves that, okay, this is a low probability setup. I know it kind of sounds weird, but that's the reality. I'm in a song called Do the VWAP. Nice. We're going to listen to that. We're going to listen to that. So, yeah. Also, as I said, another challenge in this is that the ego problem, the subconscious, that trader who wants to show off to everybody, like, hey, I'm the best, I can make lots of money on just one single trade. The problem is that our ego, our subconscious doesn't like that small position size. It feels like wasting time, but you're not wasting your time. You never waste your time. Because worst case scenario, which is a good scenario, you're going to have an answer from the market. You had the game plan. I had the game plan on this particular trade as well. And my game plan actually was a question to the market, like, hey, what's going to happen? I want to know if my analysis was correct or wrong. I want to put it to my scorecard. I want to put it to my journal. I want to build up more confidence, more conviction in my trading model. So obviously, it feels like, oh my gosh, it's wasting my time, because why should I just enter with one single micro if I'm not really sure about this trade? Well, I tell you why. To practice and to build up your conviction, your trading model, your confidence and your conviction towards your trading model. That's why you're entering. That's why you should be entering with one single micro. That's why I said almost every week, like, why don't you give yourself a chance to nourish one single evaluation account with only one micro every single trade? Why not? Why not doing this? It's such a simple challenge. Forget about passing that evaluation account. Forget about it. Okay? Forget about it. Survive for 30 days, 20 trading days. Survive for a month. Trade the session. 2 trades per day maximum. Maybe 1. 2 trades with 1 micro. Can you do it? That's the real challenge. That is the real challenge. Okay? And obviously, why I said that, reflecting, scorecard, journaling, because it can be very subjective without journaling. You need the data. That's why you're doing it. That is why you're categorizing the trades. That is why you're categorizing the setups. That is why you're using different type of risk for these setups. You need the data. You need the data to build up your confidence. But without journaling, it's going to be very subjective. Okay, and that's the challenge. Oh my gosh. What did I tell you guys? What did I tell you? ES went down. ES went down into this area. I don't know if you guys can see it. Let's see it. This is the area that I was pointing out. Okay. Yeah, you guys can see it now. So ES went down into the 15-minute order block. That's kind of nice, right? I told you, I don't know if you guys can see it, but it's somewhere here in this area. So ES went down. Nice. There's one problem with that, is that I'm sorry, I need to have some fun, because the thing is, the problem with this is that ES went down to the demand zone, but NQ still have some distance to go. It kind of makes me feel scared a little bit. I'm not scared. Sorry, that's not a good expression. I'm not scared at all. The trade now looks good, but it still needs more to go. It still needs more to go down there, but we'll see. Anyway, I still kind of like this. I really I do. I kind of like this. Where did I almost closed the chat window here. No, this is not an A++ setup, Debadi. This is not an A++ setup. This is a low, so this is a low probability setup. All right. This is absolutely a low probability setup. It's too far away, I know. It's too far. My TP is too far away. Who cares? Let's just leave it and we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. I will be very curious. By the way, the longest time I had a trade open was actually from the London kill zone start. So somewhere around 2 a.m. I think I closed the trade at lunch hour. Yeah, so it was open almost like for, oh my gosh, for 10 hours, almost 10 hours. A position was open. Like, that's what I call a real roller coaster. Anyway, that was interesting. That was real interesting. So back to categorizing these trades and positions. Paolo's going to speak. Oh my gosh. I talked about the challenges, you know, the maturity to admit yourself that this is a low probability setup. The ego problem, because you hate the small wins. There should not be an ego problem. That's always a positive experience, even if you lose the trade, to have your answer from the market, okay? And obviously, it comes up with journaling. The hardest part is basically admitting if most of your trades are medium or low probability. Because you got to admit to yourself, like, how many of your trades are medium or low probability trades? That's also hard to admit to yourself, right? But obviously, there are some ways that you can implement this into practice. And it's like in 20 minutes. Oh my God. So there are ways to implement this. And as I was saying, if you're journaling, create the categories in your journal. You don't need more than 3, okay? You just need like the high, the medium, and the low probability categories, okay? Define the risk per category. Someone here already said so, like you definitely need to have a dollar amount next to each category. Obviously, full size trade is the high probability, medium, half size. Low probability trades could be a quarter size or something like that. The usual stuff, you know. And of course, you need to review this on a monthly basis. See which setups actually perform. You know, cut out the low probability setups that are losing. That's just an interesting add-on. If you're journaling down these trades, these setups, check out your journal without the low probability setups and those setups that are consecutively losing. Okay, just an idea. And obviously, we talked about the scorecard system. That's always good to use. It's always good to have. Yeah. And as I said, every trade should earn the right to your risk. But most don't. Yeah. Any questions about this? But there's a mindset, of course. There's a mindset behind all this. Categorizing setups, as I said, forces you to think like a risk manager first and the trader second, because we are basically risk managers. We cannot predict the market. We can react to the market. We can take an educated guess, but we are risk managers first. You know, pickup line. If you go out to a date and if they're asking you, hey, what's your job? What you doing? Say, I'm a risk manager. How cool is that? You know, I'm a risk manager. I'm telling you, that's gonna be a real kicker. Or you go to a party, you know, hey, what's up? You know, what you doing? What's your job? And you're gonna say, I'm a risk manager. And you can say that even just by purchasing an evaluation account. And you're basically telling the truth. You get an evaluation account, you know, see what the others will say. Hey, what you doing nowadays? I'm a risk manager. Kind of cool, right? You say work in finance. You drive a semi-truck. That's cool too. You still have Porsche headlights. Oh my God. Oh, I like these answers. That's cool. Okay. Anyway, so as I was saying about the mindset, you take a list for a living. Full Porter, oh my God. So the mindset behind categorizing is obviously not just managing risk, but it's going to kill the ego problem, by the way, because you can't trade like every setup the same way. You know, every setup is going to be treated as such, you know, high, low, mid probability setups. It's definitely going to help a lot with the ego problem. And obviously, the best thing in categorizing is that it's going to create consistency. Consistency, that's the key. Risk and emotions are going to line up with the context. And that's just great, because once you have consistency, that's just a small step from there to get those payouts. You know, maybe small profits here and there, but obviously, sure. But obviously, the goal is to, you know, get those payouts. If it takes small trades longer time than usual, you shouldn't care about what others are saying, or you shouldn't care what social media is trying to implement into your head. Like, because somebody makes 100K per month or 50K on a certain payout or whatever, that's great. But, you know, you should be focusing on yourself and should not be comparing yourself to others. But that's, again, a different topic, right? But as I said, it's going to create consistency, and that's what we like. If you risk big on a low probability trade, you're not a trader. That's actually the gambling part, you know. Just because I said that ES could go down to that 15-minute bullish order block or demand zone, that doesn't mean, and that's also like was a in my terms, it was a low probability setup. That doesn't mean you should be putting the house on the same trade, right? Exactly, Habibi, exactly. Traders get rewarded in making the right decision. So, as I said, it has its own takeaways. Not every trade is equal. You got to remember that. So stop treating them like they are. It's going to make a huge difference. And obviously, risk more when the context and the probabilities are better, and vice versa. Okay. And categorizing is obviously going to help a lot with the consistency. Your edge, as I said this earlier, isn't just a setup. It's knowing how much each setup deserves of your capital. Okay. How much can you risk from your capital? That's also part of the edge. There's so many aspects to look at the edge. Like, we have the emotional edge. We have obviously the trade setup itself. We have the context, big picture, high probability analysis, pre-market analysis, game plan, all that such. These things are all part of the puzzle. I always edge. Oh my God. And obviously, I was actually curious. Oh my gosh, Matt, thank you. Back roads, big turbo flow. Okay, I like that. Like it. Oh my God, now look at this trade. Now it's going back to the range. I don't like it. There was another winner. Congratulations. And by the way, as I was talking about this, I was actually curious, like, do you guys risk the same on every trade? Or do you guys scale, you know, the risk by conviction? I'm actually curious. Are you Are you using this? I mean, are you doing the same exact risk on every single trade, or do you have some sort of a scale? Can you, or do you already categorize these positions? You risk differently. Thank you, Tevin. Okay, risk the same. Simba is risking the same. Not that it's if it makes money. I need to say that if you risk the same and still make money, awesome. That's, you know, 1-3 markers. Don't risk. Nice. Lost an email. Oh, trying to add to winners, but I'm still new. Hey, no problem with that, Clint. There's no, I mean, that's also a different kind of risk management style, adding to the winners. Same dollar risk. Thank you. Thank you, Borsham. You risk the account. Hector, that's also kind of cool. It depends on the stop loss size. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the answers. Risk the same every trade. Thank you, Cal. Make different profit. Okay, so see that? It actually proves that there's so many ways to do this. So many ways. And I like that. I really do. I really do. Different risk. Thank you, Zainer. Thank you. Same risk, Albert. Less risk only to meet minimum days. Okay, okay. So again, it's interesting to see that everybody is doing it a little bit differently, which is kind of cool. Oh my gosh, why did this NQ go back up there? Oh, so annoying. It was so close to that zone. I just went down to the 5-minute now. It was so close. No size fits all. Yeah. Depends on the mood. Sometimes risk the dollar, sometimes the account. You see, Abhishek? That's the way to go. Depends on the mood, right? If you feel like, hey, heck, it's Friday, who cares about tomorrow? Let's do it, you know. No, we shouldn't do that. You know, one of the many purposes of My Funded TV is obviously to learn more about risk management, to learn more about discipline, and how to be always a little bit better. These small steps forward. You know, the world is ending. Full port. Oh my gosh, I don't want that. Oh yeah, just the usual. I see that, Cal. Okay. I don't know how Terry is doing. Is she winning again? I don't know. I haven't checked on that. Oh my gosh, 10 minutes. Congratulations, Zainer. Hey, approved and hit your Rise account less than 10 minutes. Nice. After Friday close, nice. She always wins, I know. So if you guys have questions about this, let me know, or trading related setups, zones, technical stuff, let me know. I don't even know what's the time. Oh, I still have like 6 minutes, so awesome. We can talk about trading risk and all the usual. This is actually, I thought that this is important to talk about categorizing. I think it does matter. It actually matters a lot in the long run. Hey, Volks, good to see you. So, the Rocket Scooter fam. Okay, already coming. All right. Got some potential worth-threatening news and had to choose, would you make long or short? I wouldn't take any trade, you know, worth-threatening news. Who cares about the market? Who cares about the market then? If there's a world-threatening news. Do a flip? How do you mean do a flip? I don't want to do a flip. Probably in a few minutes. I wonder what's he going to talk about. What's the occasion that he's having this speech? Is it some kind of a symposium, or it's just a report, or some Fed meeting, or what the heck is going on? No coin flip, but I'm gonna see through to that, because I kind of like the idea. Does Quantower have a volume footprint chart option? I think they do, but you have to subscribe to that. I think you have to subscribe. That's like an extra feature. I'm still in the short position. I think I'm somewhere around break even. I can actually show you. So yeah, I'm at break even. I was in a profit here, but I'm back to break even. So what can I say? It is what it is. But I'll be curious how this is going to go. Insider says it's going to be bad news. Okay, I'm in a good position then. Economic outlook talk. Okay, I think he's going to be avoiding some questions then. I don't know if there's going to be questions. Is there going to be a reporter or host or someone who's asking questions from him? But I don't know. No, I'm not going to add. I'm not going to add to it. I'm not going to add. But oh my gosh, can you see this? I mean, right now we're getting closer to 12:30, and I think I entered somewhere here. Like 2.5 hours I'm in this trade so far. And you know what? This trade actually helped me a lot because I'm not going to add more. I mean, I didn't do anything other than just waiting for this trade to develop. No extra unnecessary positions, no second guessing myself, just going with the trade. Trump is also going to speak. Oh my gosh. Okay. Do you copy trade or rotate accounts? I rotate the accounts. Sometimes I copy trade, but only like 2 accounts at a time. Maybe like 2 accounts. But mainly I'm trying to rotate. I know if I'm rotating, I'm not going to be able to make all that many or all that much of profits like some people do in social media. The goal will be that, by the way, at the end of the day, the goal to handle the pressure much better. But for now, to be honest with you guys, I just can't handle the pressure. Off topic, but I like when you say my name. Radio host voice, Grimskull, welcome. Yeah, so it's just hard to handle that pressure. So why would I say anything else? If you're new in trading, I would strongly advise you against copy trading. First, you just need to get that first payout or, manage an account to keep it for at least a month or 2. You don't need that copy trading function. I know it's super fancy in social media. Everybody copy trades. That's a good thing. Yeah, I know. But how are we supposed to lease a Lambo tomorrow? Not tomorrow, Drew. Not tomorrow, but, next year. All right, next year. But it's not going to be a Lambo, of course. It's not going to be a Lambo. Obviously, after this session, it's going to be bedtime stories with Tom and some trading stories featuring all the hosts and mods. Stay tuned at MyFunded TV. Oh my God. So, was there a winner again? I told you guys you have to be in good terms with Abhishek. Which car? I'm a BMW fan. I can't help myself. That's how it goes. Maserati, oh my God. Yeah. All I keep hearing about the Lambos and the Ferraris, that they're always broke down. I mean, BMWs also. I know. But anyway, what's the time right now? Where's the shit? Okay. It's almost time. It's almost time for Matt. I gotta get ready with the shades. Who knows? So I hope you guys liked the topic, and if any questions, let me know. Maybe we have a few more seconds. No turn signals for BMWs. Like, how many accounts do you rotate? Currently 11 funded accounts. Currently, I don't really need more. This is more than enough. Actively, I'm trading like 3 or 4 funded accounts at a time. But sometimes it's hard to rotate. So. But actively, like 4 accounts, currently I have 11. All the 5 winners, they picked it? Okay, congratulations to the winners and to Abhishek too. That's nice. Thank you. No, Cal, obviously not. You can have maximum 5 funded accounts with MyFundedFutures. I never made a secret, obviously, like other hosts as well. I mean, I do trade other prop firms, but I have currently 2 funded accounts and working on more at MyFundedFutures. So yeah, it's down the road. I mean, it still has some work to do, but we'll do it. We'll do it. Don't worry. It's gonna happen. It's definitely happening. Congratulations again to the winners. Yeah, so we're gonna go in this direction. I think categorizing risk management, high, low probability trades. I think this would be a good topic to continue throughout the week. I have some more to it, so we're gonna talk about this tomorrow as well. I think it's just super important. Yeah, thank you, Heather. Thank you. I enjoyed it, really. I mean, at the market open, I feel a little bit nervous, to be honest with you guys. I know that Barbie and Nick are super pros as well. I mean, they are good. And I just feel like, oh man, should I just, enter a trade or not? But I definitely enjoyed the market open. I like the market open. Yeah. So I don't know how this is going to go. I guess if President Trump is going to speak later, that's also going to be interesting. I didn't know that. I thought that he's finished for today. So, but who knows? I'm just gonna be curious. I think Powell, as I said, he's going to be avoiding the deeper topics. Maybe Matt will help us out what to expect from Papa Powell, but who knows? No full porting, Satwinder. No full porting. I forbid you. You can't do that, okay? That is something you just can't do. We need to practice proper risk management. If someone can take up the challenge, that would be so awesome to take just one micro on an evaluation account, by the way. If anyone is up for the task, prove it somehow, and we're going to find a reward for it. I don't know what's going to be the reward, but that would be so awesome to see someone from chat proving us that he or she was able to go through the challenge for 30-day, one micro every single day, and just to see how the setups went on. That would be so great. 3 days remaining full porting. Well, you know what? Okay. If you're in drawdown, only if you're in drawdown. It'll take more than a month to do it with micro. No. Zainer, I'm not saying you have to pass the evaluation account. I'm just saying that just survive for 30 days. I mean, obviously you should be. If you lose the account with one micro in 30 days, obviously there's something wrong with the trade setup, with that edge. You need to relearn something there. But I would be really curious. So demo accounts do not count. You need to feel the skin in the game. You need to feel a little bit of a skin in the game. That's you just can't do it without having. I mean, a demo account is always going to be different. Always different feelings. Here's the man of the hour. I see him.
What's up?
What's up?
How come the music hasn't been playing?
Don't worry, we can sing. We're going to do the Backstreet Boys duo sometimes.
Yeah,
I hope
yeah. I come in ready to dance. I stretched. I mean, I was ready to go.
Exactly.
I got my sunglasses, everything. Yeah.
I always trying to be prepared with the shades here, but don't worry. As I said, we can practice. You can choose the song, which song is it going to be, and we're going to sing it together. Anyway, how you doing, Matt? What's happening?
Man, it's been such a great week, great day, been fun. Just life is good right now. How about yourself?
Well, I'm okay. Yeah. Just not a new haircut, but once in a while I need to visit the barber shop. So that's what happened today.
Yeah, looking sharp there, man. It's a nice fade you got going on.
I try to. Oh my God. So, man, I need to ask this as usual. What the heck can we expect from this market? Because I'm really feeling confused right now. What do you think?
I agree. Well, we have two interesting things going on right now. And now this is something I kind of talked about this morning. We've actually Jackson Hole commentary started the bull market. The rate cut information came out, and the dot plots came out, suggesting a bigger. Well, as we're talking, there's a little red candle, so maybe Trump's saying something.
Maybe.
But we had all the things shifted towards the Fed's going to be cutting rates to save the jobs market. I remember from 2015, 2016, when we talk about saving the jobs market, it always means saving the stock market. That's how they do it. And so the idea becomes, you have this, Fed press to sort of keep the market from plunging, to keep the jobs market healthy. So you don't bet against the Fed. That's primary reason, like number one. But the bulls haven't really stepped in full force to continue to push the market. Most of what we've seen today and yesterday and the day before has actually been short squeezing. I have a couple ways to find that out, but shorts have been covering. And I think it's just people getting squeezed at the top, which means the market can accelerate to an exhaustion point and then, maybe pull back a little bit. I think it's still like bulls are still not in a frenzy because you're starting to see like tech stocks and things selling and not everything's going up, but the market's still going up. So what I think is that the only real actors here are just shorts covering. And you can see that kind of squeeziness by the shape of the curve, as well as the VIX going up while the market's going up. VIX goes up and markets go up usually means shorts are covering. So it means we're leading to an exhaustion point, but don't know how high it's going to go before the top pops off and it turns around. That's what I feel.
Yeah, that's going to be quite interesting. I 100% agree. I was like, okay, we might see some pullback, or as you said, like covering these positions. Overall, in the big picture, I do think that we should be continuing higher, way above 25K. But when is the big sell-off or correction is going to happen? Like, I was watching the daily and the weekly chart, and man, I mean, I'm expecting at least 400 or 500 points of correction. When is it going to happen? Do we need to wait for some news catalyst or something? I don't know, but I really need to see like a 400 or 500 points of correction here.
A lot of times in a short squeeze, the problem with the short squeeze is that you get it. I'm going to draw on my screen kind of like what it looks like day after day. It comes. It always comes to the weirdest time. I'm going to pull up a chart and show you something I've been looking at. Like a day will just go up and up and up, and it feels like it's done. And then it's sort of like tops, and then it sort of goes and goes and goes and goes and goes and goes and goes. And then it like does that. Yeah. So you could have like weeks, months of just that push until it decides to turn around. At some point, I always just convince myself it turns around at a high. Like whatever it's going to be, it'll turn around at a high. And let me show you. I have like one chart that I look at all the time that I can kind of show you like the last exhaustion top that we've ever had in my trading career of this magnitude. And it goes all the way back to way back when I started trading. Let me see if I can find it. Was this the guy? Yeah.
Quite a drop.
No, that's COVID. Let me go back even further. There's a better one. Oh, this one right here. 2018. Like, the original tariff stuff did this. But the market started feeling like top heavy right here. And this is like, Trump's first term. And then people were just kind of like, market was not correcting and not correcting and not correcting. And then it was like, okay, maybe it's going to correct. And all of a sudden it just got carried away with just this massive like squeeze that just went like up, 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 up like that. And then it was finally like, yep, there's your correction. And it came in like such a like March 2025 sort of way. But I've seen short squeezes that power out. This was, again, tariffs round one, last Trump term. Yeah. And I've seen something like that contain ridiculous power. This was a 10% move before it actually sold 20. And so I fear that like trying to fade the market and picking where this ends is going to be a fool's errand. But at some point, I tell myself, we're going to get something like this, but like where, it's like, I don't know. It can be anywhere. And so I get a little nervous trying to distrust such a fundamentally bullish thing. I don't know.
I think it will happen, and I'm really waiting for it because that would bring us much more opportunities than, at least for me, than grinding here at the top. But who knows? All right. Okay. Thanks for the insights and chat. Thank you so much. This was an exciting day, interesting day. I will be very curious how this market is going to end up by 4 p.m. So let's see how it goes. Thank you again. I'll be back tomorrow. It was good, everything. And Matt, as always, it's my pleasure. And, I guess see you tomorrow, right? So have a good session.
We'll see y'all tomorrow.
All right. Cheers, everybody. Bye.
How you guys doing? What's up? How's it going? How is y'all's day going? By the way, another killer trading day, 9,000 something. I am on the craziest win streak. It's been like 3 weeks. I know I can show up every day with green on my charts. No accounts are red, no accounts busted, nothing. Continuing the trend higher. It's been crazy. Boring trading day. Yeah, my first run today was pretty much what I normally do in bull days is I'll take a long at the open, which I did. And I got the sign that it probably was time to get out. We lost our resilience level. So I closed out, waited, bought the dip here, closed everything out there. Market fell, bought the dip again, closed everything out there. Market fell. Now I'm playing one more time. Jay Powell is talking right now. I forgot. That's why the market's bouncing around. A little extra volatility. But that's it, man. I've just been scalping this tiny range. It's about $9,000 across the accounts. And now I'm long in just 2 accounts to wrap up the day to kind of finish this off. It's been kind of a nice kind of run. So I'm actually really proud. Today was pretty simple, easy day to read. Yeah, not too bad. How are you guys doing? Did y'all have a good day today? Did y'all do any trades? What's new with y'all? Curious. I'm so used to hearing music when I come in here. It was so quiet when I got in here. When is my next trading course starting? In 2 Mondays. My trading course is $1 a course. I have always been known to have the world's cheapest and most substantial day trading course. We call it the boot camp. And people that taken it love it. It's one of the best things I think I've ever made. If you guys are interested in that, yeah, in 2 Mondays, I'll be starting back up. So it's a 20-day process. All day we meet and we go over really, really, really detailed day trading techniques for $1 a class. There's info of that on my stream, on my website. You can learn it all. It's like the details are in my videos every day when I go live. Go check it out. Like the 5th. Yeah, starts on the 5th. And yep. So how are you guys doing today? Is it a good day for y'all? It's been somewhat straightforward, not super confusing. Yeah, starting on the 5th. Bootcamp is awesome. Take it. I appreciate you guys. That's really nice of y'all to say. Our bootcamp focuses on basically 3 major tenets. I wasn't trying to turn my show into like a sales pitch for it. And our bootcamp is actually done at cost. We have 2 employees that the bootcamp revenue supports them, their job, their families. We actually don't really make money off of it. So it's a free, essentially a free service in my point of view for us. They have an employee that edits the videos and one that makes the handouts and stuff. And the tiny $20 is accumulated, and that's their monthly salary. So we usually have a very, like always, and if use our Rockstar platform, bootcamp's always free. So the idea is there's 3 main tenets of trading that a lot of people don't understand are their failure points. The one thing most people focus on is what I like to call trend identification. Do I long? Do I short? That's what a lot of people try to do. And a lot of people don't have an edge when they do that. They're mostly just playing a 50-50 game. And the combination of that 50-50 and bad betting practices is why most traders lose. We take the stance that the market's unpredictable, and instead we focus on the pure risk management aspect of it. We also teach you statistical edge, obviously using things like the platform. The idea is proper trend identification means not only getting in the trade, but getting the trade at the right spot. Being wrong from the right spot is the most important way to be wrong. I always tell people, before you become a trapeze artist in the circus, you got to learn how to fall without breaking your neck. You're doing somersaults on the ground before you're doing somersaults in the air. And the idea is I want to long the market. Well, I have a really strong pivot here as an example. And whatever method you use to find a place to long is important. Mine is here. So I don't long there. I don't long there. I don't long there. I long here where it matters. This is where the volume's going to be. And if the market's bullish, that's the dip I want to buy. Exactly 67.32.5, whatever this is. And the idea is well, if I'm wrong from the right place, then I'm always wrong small. And people always say when you're trading, let your winners right and cut your losers short. But you can't do that because you're inefficient. The market moves like this and you chase the long, and then the market dips, and then you stop out, and then you try to short here, and then it goes there, and then you step out of your short, and then it falls there, and you're like, okay, finally I'm going to short. And then you jump in late again, and then it falls to there, then it goes there, then you freak out, then you flatten your position, and you're all over the place. And that's why a lot of people are wrong with the trend identification. Flip flop, long, short, getting at the wrong spot. When you're I just waited and like I started the day off. I was trading NASDAQ. So I longed, took a small loss and a couple of accounts and waited and waited and waited and waited and waited and waited and longed right there. When you long or short, when you trade or you're right or wrong, it doesn't matter. It's a coin flip. But when you're right or wrong from the right place and you're wrong from the right place, which is a saying people always quote me on, when you're wrong from the right place, you're always wrong small. That's it. And that's what I teach. So the idea is that whenever you're trying to bet on the market, betting from the right place, make sure I know that I'm wrong. This is a key pivot of mine. And if I lose this pivot by a certain amount, it's a fixed amount. I'm out of the trade. And it's not that I'm longing at the wrong spot. It's I'm longing where I need to long from. And again, I have the same probability of getting it wrong as I do getting it right. Market's random. So being wrong and right from the right spot is important in catching the right side of the trade. Confluences for bull or bear market. Second thing is position and risk management. Position sizing is like the most important thing you're going to ever do. And we teach you that and how to do that with trader funding programs. And it's pretty cool. And market avoidance strategies, like when to sit out, like how do you know the market's just falling apart, when to sit out, when it's going to be not tradable. That's like part 3 of it. So somebody says, post a link. Oh yeah, here we go. Again, like I'm not trying to make this about plugging the boot camp here. Yeah, but you guys can go, you can read the reviews. There's hundreds of reviews and stuff about it. But our job is actually really to teach people. I've seen, trading coaches and trader gurus and stuff try to take my classes $1,000 or, pay $100 now and then unlock the rest of the classes for $2,000. Bait and switch tactics for the unprofitable traders selling stuff. Ours supports the company. Roxy are obviously a company, so we have employees to feed, but we employees to pay. We have to feed their families and stuff. For me, I always believe in education being as free, if not free as possible, cheap. And making it very much effectively available for as many people as possible to really train people. And I think it's important that traders in the world of getting bamboozled by a lot of, guru sharks out there, there's a lot of misinformation about what makes a profitable trader because most of trading education is taught by unprofitable traders. You guys watch me trade every day. I show up with my P&L every day. You guys watch my stream and see the live trades. At least you can make your own judgment call that I do it live. At least I practice what I preach. And, there's some substance to that and you can make your own decisions in the market, but at least trust my judgment for this part when I say that a lot of you guys are focusing just on the charting part and trying to guess the direction of the market and hoping that you're right. And a lot of times you're guessing inefficiently. You're longing at the wrong spot and shorting at the wrong spot. An example, the market's like this and you get the breakout green trade that everybody says, aha, look, we broke the pin or broke the flag or broke the fair value gap. We created a fair value gap or we broke the consolidation, whatever method you're going to use to attribute this. A lot of people might have chased along there rather than, trying to take the guaranteed, aha, now it's moving, let me get in, rather than, holy crap, it's red, let me get in, which is when I got in. The difference between me and the difference between you on the long is substantial. That's the difference between being profitable and not. We both guessed the right thing, but efficiency is the most important part. So a lot of you guys are trying too hard to get in on a trend rather than trying to forecast some kind of move, especially when day trading. My trades are only 30 minutes long at most. I'm in and out quick. I don't try to stay into a trade. I don't like to trade and predict every part of the market. I like to take what makes sense and get that move. An example being like, yesterday's move. I didn't take a lot of yesterday's move. I made all my money at the start of the day and pretty much sat out the rest of the day. I think like at the start of the day, I took about this much of the move and sat out. I took that trade, this trade, and then right at the end of the day on, I think it was here on that dip, I took that scalp. I didn't even touch most of that. I don't have to. I just take the things that kind of make sense, right? But the difference between profitability and not being profitable is efficiency. Your risk and reward is defined by how much you can get by how much you risk. If I were to long here, I require a much bigger move that even breaks highs to get the same profit that I got from longing from here. This just needs to retrace the bear move, which could easily continue selling or break out and go. But the fact that I got the retracement move, this is common to both the bear and a bull move. The retrace test is always a thing you see. So because I got in here, I'm more efficient and higher probability chance of winning than chasing from there. And a lot of people, that's what you do. You focus on chasing the trend and trying to get in on the trend and ride it really far rather than taking the appropriate risk. Market is red. I'm going to buy this red candle. It looks like it's crashing. Well, but it's really strong support, and I have evidence that it is. So let me take the bet here. When everyone else is selling, let me be first to the trade. And so my focus is teaching people how to be first to the trade with proper risk management to identify when you're wrong at the right place and therefore how to cut and run and keep your losses small. When people say, just let your winners ride and let's cut your losers short, you really don't know what that means because you don't know if you're in a loser because you got in at the wrong spot. You could be in a winner longing the market. As a matter of fact, this market could go all the way up to there. And had you longed anywhere down here, you were a winner. But had you longed anywhere up here, you're still a loser picking the right side. Inefficiency is why you lost, not your guess. And a lot of you guys are stuck in thinking that you guessed wrong. But here's the trick. I guess wrong half the time, yet I still manage to turn a profit, even when I guess wrong, because I bail on the wrong guess quick enough before it zaps me, like today. Today I got in my initial bet. I always long at the open with a couple of accounts, and it fell right there. Resilience was negative, and I go, nope, I'm out. And I took a tiny loss, and I go, I'll worry about it later. I'm going to flip short, not going to try the other side of the trade. Just let it move, let it fall. Giant green candle came out of this. Did I chase it? No, just let it fall. Market fell. Took a long. Market, I was green. I was slightly red. I was green. I was slightly red. I was green. Profit. Do you notice the difference about how I feel here versus how you feel here? Does everybody see what I'm talking about? If you longed right here, you were red, and your heart rate goes up and the panic goes up and you're like, oh, I'm upside down. Here, I was mostly right side up. I was only panicking for maybe 10 minutes, whereas you were panicking for an hour, trading at the wrong spot. So when you trade at the wrong spot, your psychology, remember Sean was talking about psychology, falls apart because your feelings get affected more because you're inefficient. Efficiency leads to success. Trying to find the right and wrong spot from whatever place you go and keeping your size and risk appropriate for the trade you're taking. And that's it. So the idea is if I got in at the right spot, even if I'm wrong, that's okay. I'm still wrong small. And actually this particular trade was a trade from here to there with a second entry from there back to there for a second entry. If that makes sense to you guys. So the idea is that I have staged it small enough that I bought S&P right here, one E-mini contract. Had it fallen to there, I'm upside down $500, and then I add to the position there to keep going. So all of this is part of a strategic plan to trade there or there together. I trade there, then I add to the position there. And I keep my trade small enough that if I'm wrong small. I can still be right from there, and I can actually hold through that drawdown because it's only one contract. I control my loss and my position size. If this trade somehow doesn't take off and this just kind of like peters out and gets right down to here and just dies, guess what? I just made zero, right? Efficiency is everything. I could sit here green most of the time because I'm efficient. And if I'm wrong, I just control the loss and I'm wrong small. And that's how you cut your losers short is by being wrong small. So hopefully that gives you guys some worthwhile lesson today. The boot camp is all about how to be efficient in your trades, efficient planning, efficient entries, efficient exits, and making sure that the micromanaging part is the difference between probability and not. Even in this chop right here, I bet you a lot of people tried to long here and stopped out. I bet you some of you guys blew up your prop accounts, longing and stopping and longing and stopping, and you never caught that cycle where you somehow just grabbed the long at the bottom and you're ready to go. Right. And you kind of maybe you long and the shorted and got chopped up. To me, and I always try to tell people like to compare like your feelings, right? How did you guys feel today? I'm going to ask you, this is a little test question. I'm going to bring a test question. How did you guys feel today about this market? Describe the market with like feelings words. Like you'd be talking to a psychiatrist or something. Does this market feel off? Does it feel weird? Does it feel confusing? Are you angry? Like, what do you feel? Boring, patience, crazy, horrible, crap? Yeah. So the game I'm playing is neutral, confusing, cautious, flat. Yeah. So like the feelings are all negative, right? That's what the feelings are supposed to imply. It's y'all's impression of the market's pretty negative. You know how I feel about today? Today was extremely straightforward. This was one of the easiest trading days I've had. Notice the difference in feelings? The difference in feelings comes from the efficiency of my performance. Because I did very well on an efficient basis, I didn't feel a lot of heat. So therefore, after the fact, I don't feel negativity. I feel like it was pretty straightforward. So how do I feel that? We both went through the same market, right? And that's because I didn't get hurt. I didn't get beat up so much. And the idea is that your feelings are almost very much 100% reflective. See, look at this. Oh, dang, maybe I'm losing. Okay, well, Pal's talking and shit saying the fan. Okay, I don't like this trade anymore. I can just cut and run. What am I, down $60? You see what I'm saying? Like when you're efficient in your trading, it changes your feelings, your perception of today. Today was extremely straightforward and actually quite easy. Not because I'm a guru at the market or I'm predicting this shit or I have any kind of powers you don't have. It's because my efficiency was so good. I wasn't taking a lot of burn. Even when I was wrong, it was small. So I never felt heat. So right now I don't feel heat. Is that a good lesson for you guys? Hopefully that means something to you. Light bulb goes off in your head. Your feelings are directly proportional to your performance. It's a pretty good lesson, right? If you took a lot of heat or you got burned a lot, you're going to feel like this market sucked. To me, it fell to support. I bought, took profit when it popped, in and out. So think about this, right? Your perception of what happened in the market directly is related to how you're performing in it. The more efficient you are and the quicker you cut your losses, you're going to feel like it's straightforward. It was very predictable. Like NASDAQ fell pretty hard, like, okay, it's still in the range of being okay enough. So like, I'm still kind of okay. As a matter of fact, I might actually want to trade the S&P one in a different account. Let me grab some more S&P here. I kind of like the supported bull zone. Now on this one here and here are strong support pivots that I'd like to see. I know Jay Powell's talking, so I think that's why market's dancing around a little bit. Let me see if I can find a video feed of that. Where's it at? Here. Maybe a video. What's he saying? You guys probably can't hear that, but I'm going to listen to it on the side. Thanks for a great session. Yeah, of course. I love helping you guys out. Give me all some love. I'm saying I'm feeling good because I didn't lose, but won. Well, okay. No, not because I didn't lose. It's because when I was losing, I wasn't losing big. So effectively, the idea is had you longed right here, chasing this, and I longed right there, and even if we both closed out relatively close to each other with similar profit or loss, you would feel angrier or more hateful towards the market than I would because I took less of a beating before I lost. Like I was only upside down a tiny little bit for some of the time, whereas you would have been upside down most of the time. So therefore, you would be a little more jaded. It's like a toxic relationship versus a healthy one. And so it's more like, doesn't matter if you won or lost, it's how you lost that really the lesson I'm trying to say is like how you got there. Quit talking all this stuff. The market isn't going up because I haven't drawn the whoosh fan yet. All right, y'all. Let's get it going. We know what we need. We get the whoosh fan on the screen. Whoosh fan on the screen. Let's get that going. My bad, guys. I'm so sorry. This is my fault. The market's not rallying. You blew a bunch of evals today. Driving sucks. And so what you can tell yourself is that a lot of times what you're doing, your trading style might have you chasing a lot of breakouts. This is what like candle pattern trading tends to get like, where it loses a lot, or days like this where the market is not really picking a direction and moving. The breakout doesn't pay out. And the chop is kind of chopping people out, which is kind of like why when it's ranging, I trust buying at lows, and buying that range and buying that dip. It's kind of how I'm spending my. let's hear him talking about the labor market, because this is part of. Are you guys? I don't know if you guys can hear the feed on my stream, but I'm listening to the Powell talk at the economic outlook of what's going on. I think the market is desperate for a catalyst today. Okay, everybody's like the whoosh fans on the screen. Time to pull apart now. Y'all are funny. All right. This is sort of a weird this pattern, this setup is very weird today, y'all. I'm not gonna lie, this isn't like the best setup for trading for most people. I know. So at least today with NASDAQ, I'd like to see particularly maybe a flush down to 889, sort of enough to get this like moving. All right, let me start prepping for this one right here. Okay. I'm just getting ready for NASDAQ to touch bear zone top, and that's like my next entry I'd want to play right here. All right, we've got about half an hour left on the show. If you guys like have any questions, this is cool because you guys got to kind of like see and watch some trades here. Very nice. Down inside of here is very strong pivot. We have dynamic hedge pressure and bear zone top right here. This is like rock solid support. This is strong, very strong support actually. And we'll see. S&P kind of a similar boat that does have 10 points of move here. So this market has been trying to sell, and this is sort of not the most bullish looking day today. And every time it's tried to pop, it's been finding a little bit like of a lower low. Part of this is coming down to the fact that there's a lot of stocks that have broken through hedge pressures and have been kind of selling off in squeezes. And that's it. So we got a lot of the stocks are just sort of like losing key bull pivots, especially big tech today. There's not getting a lot of momentum, which usually is kind of like when you start losing your tech stocks, NASDAQ and NVIDIA look exactly the same. And NVIDIA is just sort of like in like a death spiral today. But it does have long monthly support down here. I think NVIDIA is going to like kind of support at that area, which is good. So, yeah, so today I'm looking, ooh, here we go. That's what I wanted to see. Perfect. Okay, strong support. S&P, I've just got, keeping that trade light there. All right, let's get that. Trying to get ready for some longs down here at the bottom. They got the undershoot case, the overshoot case down in here. I'm starting adding some NASDAQ position at the liquidity pocket. S&P has liquidity pocket, same spot. I do want to see this support. I don't want to see this market die out today. I am a pretty big sort of like bull still. I would like to say that at least hopefully it stays, but if something bad happens today, it does happen. We've been seeing that VIX creep up, so anything can happen, right? It's going to turn into an event. It is starting to kind of build a little bit of uncertainty. Of course, Powell's talking like any freaking thing can happen right now. We'll see. Did you guys fill out the form? Oh, they didn't give away it now. Make sure you fill out the form. Oh, they already did it, huh? All right. I'm just listening to Powell talk. It's kind of boring me to death right now. I'm just going to just read the transcript of what he's saying. He's talking about AI right now. Not important. Don't really care. But I don't think Powell's going to drop any bombshell news reports. We already know what the Fed's going to do. They're cutting rates 2 more times this year, quarter point each. They're cutting rates 2 more times next year, maybe 3, depending on conditions. There's a lot of people that think 3 next year. A lot of people think 0 to 1 to 2 next year. So Fed's kind of split on how quickly we go next year. But at most, 5 more rate cuts. At best, 3 to 4. Whoosh fans on the whoosh fan. You want me to break out the swoosh fan? Oh, my friend, the swoosh fan comes out at special times when we don't want the market to crash. Now again, we've created this. There's something called a whoosh fan, right? Which is where the gentle pressures apply to the market from hedging, right? But also, we invented this thing that's even better. And we only bring it out in a few times because it really wears and tears on the fans. What happens is we actually tied a bunch of whoosh fans together into its own sort of fan of rotating fans. And we call this one the swoosh fan. It's a fan of fans, and they're all in their own fan blades. And this gives you, again, engineers here are going to laugh on how this is not thermodynamically, or this is not like giving you any extra whatever, but I don't care. The efficiency of this is probably very horrible, but here's the swoosh fan. It's a fan of spinning fans, and just the recursive nature of the fan inside the fan in a cartoonish way supposedly makes the market actually go up. So we bring the swoosh fan up, then we get the big green candle. So if y'all want me to swoosh fan it today, which is I'm telling you guys, you don't have a lot of juice left in the fans. The tornado maker, that's like the King Arthur blade fan. So what they basically said was the blades of this fan are actually made out of pieces of King Arthur's Excalibur. And the base that the fan sits on is the stone that Excalibur was pulled from. So this is like the medieval fan, that was crafted by like mountain dwarves, on the way to Mordor. And they like forged from like adamantium, and it took like a year to make it. And the dwarves are like pounding away at the steel. And they present it to you, and there's like fire coming off of it. That's that fan, okay? So this is the big one. Forged from the mountain dwarves themselves. They had like a work song while they did it, like building a weapon, and they made us the swoosh fan. So it's very J.R.R. Tolkien of us, but this medieval swoosh fan on the screen was like the funny good luck charm that we needed, like when we needed the market the most at the strong pivot, the like market, please don't die today sort of pivot. Big crash today wouldn't be fun. That'd kind of be kind of sad, but hopefully the strong pivots are likely to, maybe hold. The S&P does have really strong support here, 67.31 and 67.21. Kind of nice. How would I get here? Wait 1 second. All right. So with swoosh fan on the screen, the magical, mystical swoosh fan. Yeah, so this is it. This is the one. So this is where we want to see the move. Let's get the move. Now, again, I don't think the market's going to be bearish at all. I know like Tom's, suspicion, like when's the market going to top out? I've traded enough bull markets to know that when the market finally starts to slow down, that's the middle. And then it speeds up to some ridiculous level, and then it falls really hard at the pop off top. We haven't seen a pop off top. You see the swoosh fan on the screen? See, guys, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh fan on the screen. What'd I tell you? I told you. Told you. That's a different kind of heavy. Good thing Matt's a wizard. Yeah, Jay's from our community, Keith. He's been in our community for a while. How do I use VIX to predict certain things on indices? Good question. So it's not really VIX, it's VIX futures. There's a whole different layer to what futures can tell you about the market that just the index alone can't. Remember, futures have a supply and demand and also price in the future. A couple of things that are to note about the VIX. Every month I give you this number I call the magic number. We call it the contango midpoint is what it's called. But it's one number that's key for the VIX. In a strong bull market, the VIX will not usually when you roll into a new contract, you'll have some contango, which means it's priced a little higher. So we went from last month's contract to this month's contract on this Tuesday. Because of that, current VIX spot price is here. And then the futures contract is saying, well, in a month, it's going to be here. In a month, we're going to be 3 points higher. So what normally happens is when you test the midpoint between the two contracts and it bounces like this, that's not good for the continual bull case. This is unusually volatile, means we've underpriced the volatility. Therefore, the market is less liquid. That's all that it means. So it's a higher likelihood that this market can fall apart today because of this environment here. It's just as simple as it being above this line. It can be volatile, and I'm going to allow myself to trade smaller and wider to account for that volatility. So that's a part of that. The other thing is that in a nice strong bull market, we'd want to see VIX decay into there. As a matter of fact, over the last 3 days, we've been rallying. The VIX has pushed higher and higher and higher, which indicates, like I told Tom at the start of the stream, a short squeeze, not a genuine bull rally. So is there an exhaustion top? We get a little bit of selling pressure, maybe. Very possible, right? You don't normally see VIX futures trade higher while the stock market's going up, unless you know it's not a trustworthy rally. That's another tip for you. So when VIX is like inching higher, the market's inching higher, it's a short squeeze. And another way you can identify a short squeeze is by the shape of the move. This is how you corroborate that sort of evidence piece with other evidence, is that you look on, I don't know, a 5-minute chart. And you can see that when the market moves, it moves faster towards the end of the run. Anytime markets are moving and they move like this is a really good trick. If markets move like this, you can say it's a bull event. People are buying on some news event, and then the news event sort of decays towards the end. That's less important as the day goes by. But when people are buying because they're covering shorts and squeezing traders, it curves the other way. It kind of curves up. And when you see your market moving up like this, it's short squeeze and it's short squeeze and it's short squeeze. Y'all can see it, right? This was like buying into close, but you can see the first half of the day was short squeeze, short squeeze, short squeeze. And when shorts are squeezing in any kind of market, that's the upset case, which makes VIX go up. So VIX usually goes down when longs get squeezed, meaning the market sells off really hard. VIX will go up. But when market's going up and VIX is going up, it's shorts covering. It's not a genuine everyone's long and all the stuff right now sort of rally. So we call it a distrustful rally. And therefore, at any point in time, it could sort of like retrace and fall back. Now, this low consolidation hopefully stays inside the range, but anything can happen in this environment. This could be a pop-off top and be the pop-off top that closes lower today. Could crash the market, right? Below here, market will crash if I lose that strong pivot I'm drawing. So, yep. So that's it. That's how you use it. Good question. It's going to get bumpy. Is he talking about tariffs right now? I just muted the feed. I was getting bored listening to him talk about AI. Pass through to consumers has been later and less than we expected. That's good. Yeah, because they detailed that like the core PCE and PCE levels will be at closer to 2% within 2 years. That's much faster than originally proposed in original Fed reports months ago. They thought it was going to take a whole extra year or so to get back down to normalcy. So they're saying by 2027, we're back at 2%. That's what the data suggests to these guys. Tariffs are not a big inflationary factor. Pass through the consumers have been lesser than they expected. Looks like the exporters are paying the bulk of the tariffs. The forecast for tariffs to be a one-time pass-through and finished by the end of next year. He just said that, and I just said that. See, gotta get ahead of the data. By the end of next year, everything's better. And so, well, I'll just reiterating the normal stuff that we've all. Yep. That's it. Well, guys, what do y'all think? Do we hit these strong pivots? Are we gonna rally from here? What do you guys think? What are y'all's thoughts? Because I'm sitting there wondering myself. Pal dovish on tariffs. He says stock prices appear fairly highly valued, but what does Pal know about stock prices? Nobody knows. Nobody's opinion about the stock market really matters. It's a woozy, it's a wazy, it's a fugazi, it's a fugazi. It can go back ways, up ways, sideways. I don't care if you're Warren Buffett or Jimmy Buffett. Man, I'm feeling good today. Pretty good trading day. Now, obviously, market's inching lower, so I hope I can get some good play off of this. Maybe one final flush would be nice. Wrap up the day with a nice little bow on it. Yes, it's taking a little bit of a shat. It show has, and we still have liquidity pocket on S&P. Nasdaq still has roughly 20 more points it can fall. So I don't think we're at the bottom yet, but we're getting close to it. Let me try something real quick. All right. Let me go here really quick. Awesome. Come on, I got the swoosh fan on the screen. I'm trying to check something real quick. This was S&P, right? So let's S&P futures. We're very close to that. There and there. Okay. This is 32.75. 22.75. Okay, perfect. I was just double checking something. 45, and this should be 05. Yep. Okay, close enough. Good deal. All right, so I'm looking for this is the bear zone top. This is the bounce point here I'm looking for. That's the one. That's the one I want to see. All right. Well, guys, it's been fun. Day's been kind of fun. It's been a fun show. Did y'all have a good contest? Did y'all win something good? I was sort of in the middle of giving my speech, so I didn't see. Did y'all win something? What'd y'all get? What'd they give out? I saw a form pop up in chat. Now here's when I tell you guys earlier, if I'm wrong, I'm always wrong small. And here's the small, right? $200, right? Nothing big, nothing crazy. That's what I'm sitting here waiting on. All right, I'm going to buy some NASDAQ in just a second here. Grab some of this while I can. Okay. And this one. Grab some here. Okay, and this one. I'm going to try to grab right here on this high, this area right here. I'm going to try to play this. Okay. Grab this in a few more accounts just to play this. Okay. All right, so this is it. I want to grab the liquidity pocket. Hopefully we support inside of here. Would be good. Now be careful, there might be a little overshoot down here, but this is my strong pivot area all inside of here. This is my sort of, try to make this, let me actually clean up the charts a little bit. This is my strong area right here. This is where I want the market to support. It's crash city if we lose this. So crash down here. Crash if we lose. Okay if we don't. So be careful today. And it's expected to hold. Expected. Current situation should be fine. Now, again, let me double check that we're not getting some VIX runaway reaction today. Why is this? Oh, there it is. Okay. Should be fine there. That should be all right. So this should be okay. Hopefully we're good. Is VIX breaking through monthly hedge? No, it's not. So that's good. Looking solid. Solid. Okay. S&P usually tucks in here and holds. So S&P 6722 low of the day, I think is going to be where we'll end up. So let's see. The market's trying to find some ground here, but we'll see if anything does happen. While I'm sitting here in this trade, I'm going to wait and see if any stocks have nearby pivots. Apple's dumping below MHP. That's not good. Oh, we don't want to see the market fall apart today. Microsoft. Microsoft has really far to go for support. So we don't have a lot of love from the stocks from here. This just have to be a Tesla has hedge pressure, Google has hedge pressure. So some things look good. But man, it is take some caution today. Oops. All right. Excellent. So yeah, like I said, when I'm wrong, I'm only wrong small. This is expected play. I'm going to long here. Kind of held through that, still holding through that. Going to double down here, and that's how I'm trading. See, it's up 300, down 300. I'm not panicking, not chasing, not adding into the green while it was up. I could have been a bigger loss now. I only add to a place where I can lower my cost basis, which is what I would do. You guys, I'm glad y'all got to see that. Like I longed here earlier, and I've just been chilling. And I was slightly up, slightly down, and haven't budged. So hopefully that's a good lesson for y'all. Hopefully give y'all some good advice as far as like, how to handle yourself while trading and whatever. Yep. Good deal. Now we'll just see what plays out. All right, y'all. Chilling and waiting. Oh, there's some more red candle there. I wonder if Powell's still chatting. Is he still saying stuff? He has finally finished talking. Okay. So it looks like we're not getting much from Powell, but I'm okay with where I am right now. This is expected. Hopefully we get some kind of love here from this area. Market will likely shit the bed very hard. When I say crash, an 890 loss becomes 820, if not worse. That means S&P, should hopefully hold 622. I'm hoping. So this is, we can hopefully get some support here, but yeah, this isn't looking so hot. Anywho, I'm almost out of time. Oops, where'd chat go? All right. All right, there's a second place I can trade S&P on, so let me add to that position there. Gonna play that guy right there. Let's see what we get out of this one. Cool. All right. We don't want this market to crash today. Let's hang in there, market. All right, that's it. So this is the hold point, hopefully. So it's now, what, 12:26. I got 4 minutes left. If you guys have any questions for me, before I get out of here, y'all let me know. I added one more contract at the 67.22, and it can overshoot just a little bit. That is the bounce point I'm hoping for. If there was something, I was kind of waiting for these all day today. And wish me luck on this as I wrap up the rest of this session here with you guys. It was great chatting with y'all as always. I got 3 minutes left, but we'll see. Fingers are crossed. And if I'm wrong, I'm down $1,000. Quit, call it a day, no big deal. But Nasdaq is looking pretty gnarly right now. All right. So about $1,000 on this one is probably my tolerance for this. As long as we don't hold this bear zone support, I kind of would like to see that hold, but we might not see anything. I'm going to hold this. You guys are welcome to come hang out with me in the afternoon. See all these trades play out. I am going to get out of here in about 2 minutes. So let's continue the saga later on the afternoon. Let me get my stream ready to go. And don't forget, guys, MyFundedFutures still has those $199 core resets on funded accounts, which I think is so cool. Yeah, this is kind of brutal. All right, let's sort of trim this down. If I get down to 67, my stop is going to be cascading from basically 17. I'll give myself maybe like 17 or 16. I'll trim back down to 1, and that's it. Careful, no, we're entering crash territory on now Nasdaq, so be very careful. I'd like to see Nasdaq back above here, but we don't know. Well, y'all. All right. Anyways, thanks for tuning in. I got to get out of here. We're closing down the show. Don't forget to see Steven tonight on his afternoon or his evening segment. He'll be glad to have you there. And we will catch you guys on the flip side. Now, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. You guys can come over here and check out my stream live. I'll be live in about maybe 10 or 15 minutes. I got to take a quick little lunch break, but I'll be over there. We'll hang out and chat, and we'll do the afternoon session together. All right, I'm out. See you guys later. And wish me luck on my trade.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle move, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunts, snipers in the dark. Stop loss graves marked by the market shark. Order block sermons, preaching through the pain. Catch the ICT code, ride the profit train.